Cik, cik. Oh, masih ada ya. Cik, cik. Cik, cik, low. Cik, satu. Cik, low, satu. Cik, cik, low, satu, dua, tiga. Cik, 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 satu, low. Cik, cik.
Projected global economic growth outlook remains grim at a low level. The volatile, uncertain, complex and ambiguous global environment factors have put heavy challenge for economies to strive and survive. The volatility of prices for commodities and financial markets, elevated uncertainty, complex and heightened supply chain vulnerabilities, and ambiguous global economic and monetary policies play as a critical factors in shaping the global economy dynamics. These factors have invoked the need for economies to have strong public finance and navigate robust and sustainable economic development. Effective, prudent, and credible fiscal policy management has made Indonesia one of the few countries with significantly improved fiscal condition post-pandemic. Indonesia's government spending policies are in line with Maqashid Shariah principles, a set of principles that provides beyond experience values that are to protect human faith, soul, intellect, lineage, and wealth. With the trend of putting people development at the center, the state budget aims to encourage inclusive, sustainable economic growth, while also enhancing economic resilience by functioning as a shock absorber against global shocks and pressures. Central government spending focuses on programs benefiting the public, supporting the acceleration of economic transformation or growth, and improving economic resilience. It is worthily noted that Maqashid Shariah function embedded in the budget meant to stabilize prices, maintaining purchasing power, and support MSMEs. While on the financing side, Indonesia has the potential to wield huge impact through Islamic public finance policies. In addition of existing national budget revenue, Islamic public finance offers Indonesia with huge Islamic finance potential. This potential marked with huge Muslim population, the most generous country in the world for 7 consecutive times until 2024, and thriving Islamic financial sector. Growth of Islamic social finance or ISF as a part of Islamic public finance is quite amazing in Indonesia, with positive growth trend of ISF collections in the period of 2002 until 2023. In 2023, ISF collections reached more than 34.7 trillion, or grew around 43.5% compared to 2022. This growth trend signaling the growing importance of Islamic social finance as a part of Indonesia's Islamic public finance integrated framework and governance. The latest innovation of ISF instruments through Islamic financial markets such as cash Waqf link sukuk and cash Waqf link deposit have opened further advancement in deepening and development. It has also made a great impact and strongly links Islamic financial market, especially with education, health, housing, and MSME sectors. Through adaptive, innovative, and collaborative policies in ISF governance, Indonesia emerges as a flourish nation might be just around the corner. To achieve the needed development, a strategic approaches consisted of strong, inclusive, and sustainable concerted efforts are essentials. Therefore, we believe bringing the voices of experts, practitioners, and policymakers into a public discourse is a good way to mark the critical stepping stone for Indonesia's Islamic public finance framework development. Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia proudly presents the 8th Annual Islamic Finance Conference titled Islamic Public Finance Role and Optimization, Exploring and Harnessing Potentials and Innovation in Islamic Public Finance Management for Economic Development. In the name of Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful, Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia present
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
With the strong characteristics and potential of halal economy, we can expect this particular sector to help spur our economy, improve our productivity and inclusivity.
Halal industry has grown positively amid serious and various global challenges.
Why Islamic finance actually is more relevant, more consistent with the market mechanism than the interest-based mechanism.
The Annual Islamic Finance Conference, AIFC, firstly started in 2016 in Jakarta, then continued in Yogyakarta, Makassar, and Surabaya. AIFC is an annual series of events that brings together a wide spectrum of stakeholders to discuss various keys of Islamic finance, economic, and development issues. In 2024, the 8th AIFC is in harmony with Indonesian State Budget 2025, encouraging productivity, stability, and resiliency. This year's conference carries very important theme: Islamic Public Finance Role and Optimization, Exploring and Harnessing Potentials and Innovation in Islamic Public Finance Management for Economic Development.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Alhamdulillah, all praise goes to Allah, all the beneficent, whose grace and blessings have made it possible for us to have you here today for the 8th Annual Islamic Finance Conference, Islamic Public Finance Role and Optimization, Exploring and Harnessing Potentials and Innovation in Islamic Public Finance Management for Economic Development.
His Excellency Amir Hamzah Azizan, Second Finance Minister of Malaysia. His Excellency Thomas Jiwandono, Vice Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia. Our honorable guest, Chairman of Fiscal Policy Agency, Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Febrio Nathan Kacaribu. Director of Islamic Financing, Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Tony Prianto. Director of Islamic Social Finance of the National Islamic Finance Committee, Mrs. Dwi Irianti Hadiningdia. Head of Policy and Stakeholder Cooperation Division, Islamic Banking Department, Indonesia Financial Services Authority, Mr. Reza Mustafa.
Chief Operating Officer of Waqf An-Nur Corporation Berhad, Malaysia, Mr. Muhammad Baharin Bakri. Professor of Islamic Economics, Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia, Mr. Abdul Ghaffar Ismail. Associate Professor of Universitas Erlangga, Mr. Bayu Arifianto. Head of the Sharia Accounting and Public Finance Studies, UKASHA, Polytechnic of State Finance, Mr. Raditya Hendra Pratama. Director of the Islamic Banking Department of the Bank of Pakistan, Mrs. Nigat Tanvir. Senior Research Economist, ISDB Institute, Mr. Turhan Ali Abdul Manap. Director at Center for Islamic Economics and Business, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Indonesia, Mrs. Rahmatina Awaliyah Kasri.
And also, greetings to all participants of this conference who have been attending here at the Mezzanine Hall and virtually today through Zoom and Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia's YouTube channel. My name is Indah Dwi Lestari.
And I'm Lisa Angelia. We will guide you through today's sessions, ensuring a smooth and engaging experience.
The annual Islamic Finance Conference, AIFC, is a series of events that bring various stakeholders, including policymakers, professionals, economists, academics, and private sectors, to discuss various keys of Islamic finance, economic, and development issues. Since 2016, this event has become the flagship event of the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia. The 8th AIFC is organized by the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia in cooperation with the Islamic Development Bank Group and Universitas Indonesia.
Ladies and gentlemen, today's conference will have two main segments. The first segment will discuss insights into Islamic public finance and fiscal policy concerning public expenditure, Islamic tax or levy, and financing management. Following that, we will have a break for lunch and Zuhr prayer, and afterward, we will resume with the second segment, which discusses contemporary Islamic public finance revenue management and utilizing Islamic social finance.
By the end of all session, in partnership with Universitas Indonesia, we will host a parallel presentation session of the top 20 papers from the AIFC call for papers. Before we proceed, we'd like to remind participants who joined virtually today to fill in the attendance link. The committee will share information regarding the attendance link via the chat room.
To embark on this program, we would like to invite everyone to stand up and sing the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Please rise.
Ladies and gentlemen, you now may be seated.
The following agenda would be the opening remarks from the Vice Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Thomas Jiwandono.
To Mr. Thomas Jiwandono, the screen is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. His Excellency Datuk Sri Amir Hamzah Azizan, Malaysia's Second Minister of Finance. Bapak Febrio Kacaribu, Head of Fiscal Policy Agency, Ministry of Finance, Republic of Indonesia. Esteemed speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. It is a great honor to be here with you today at the 8th Annual Islamic Finance Conference. Let me begin by expressing my gratitude to God Almighty for His blessing, enabling us to convene for this event. First, allow me to extend my gratitude to the organizers and participants who have contributed to this valuable forum. This forum provides an excellent opportunity to explore the theories, evolving practices, and the significant role of Islamic finance in shaping more productive, inclusive, and indeed ethical economies. This year, the forum will discuss one of the most important dimensions of the Islamic economy, namely Islamic public finance, as stated in the main theme of this conference. This topic is highly relevant and engaging, considering not only the growing importance of Muslim countries in the global economy, but also the challenges and complexities faced by the world today. Islamic economic paradigms could offer valuable insights and solutions to these challenges. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to start with a brief highlight of the global economic situation. Today's outlook for global growth in 2024 and 2025 remains uncertain, with growth expected to be sluggish. Global growth is projected to hold steady at 2.6% in 2024, before edging up to an average of 2.7% over 2025 and 2026. On the other hand, developing economies are projected to grow 4% on average from 2024 to 2025, also slightly slower than in 2023. Aside from global economic uncertainties, the world is now also witnessing deepening geopolitical and economic fragmentation with negative consequences, destabilizing worldwide trade and supply chains. Moreover, multilateralism and a rules-based world order are weakening. Consequently, we see more violent global conflicts and economic tensions between states. Inequality and poverty have also become global problems. IMF analysis states that more extended periods of low global growth would make the world more unequal globally and internally within countries. This is very concerning, as it could potentially set back the progress that we have made in recent decades in reducing global inequalities. With periods of slow growth, there is a threat that the majority of developing countries will become stuck in the middle income trap. The latest World Development Report 2024 states that around 108 countries could potentially fail to transition toward high-income countries if they could not devise correct strategies to reform their economies and improve their productivity before their population starts aging. Finally, the threat of climate change could bring global socio-economic shocks, and technological advantage such as artificial intelligence and automation potentially displacing workers massively could also create catastrophic impacts if not appropriately managed. Market forces alone cannot solve all of these challenges. Hence, governments become more important and should play a critical role in solving and mitigating these global challenges. The governments should implement effective and innovative policies that promote not only economic development and good governance, but also sustainability and equality. Ladies and gentlemen, well-designed public finance, or the ways and principles the government uses to manage its budget and fiscal policies, is critical for every country that aspires to overcome complex global challenges. Moreover, sound public finance is essential to ensure a reasonable and affordable public service and create socio-economic welfare for each nation's citizens. I firmly believe we can learn a lot about creating well-designed public finance from the perspective of Islamic public finance. This approach is built on Islamic law, prioritizing justice, equity, social welfare, and ethical governance. These principles guide how resources are mobilized, allocated, and utilized to achieve socio-economic development. For example, the principles of justice, adal, and equity, kis, in Islamic public finance state that resources should be distributed fairly among all members of society without discrimination, thereby minimizing wealth disparities and promoting social welfare. Furthermore, according to this principle, taxes should be fair and not impose undue burdens on any group. Wealthier citizens, besides paying taxes, are also encouraged to contribute more to society through mechanisms like expenditure and budget. Islamic principles state that budget spending should focus on promoting social justice and improving social welfare. This includes providing quality and affordable public goods and services such as healthcare, nutrition, education, and social safety nets, especially to support the less privileged, alleviate poverty, and enhance overall social equity. Islamic principles also prohibits taxing excessive interest and profits and avoiding uncertainty and speculation, as it is considered exploitative and leads to unjust wealth accumulation. Moreover, according to the Islamic perspective, public finance policies should promote investment in productive activities that create real value for the society, rather than activities that lead to speculative and excessive gains without real benefits. The Iqtisad principle of moderation and balance also resonates with the principles of public finance, as it encourages prudent and balanced use of public funds. Public spending should be aligned with the level of revenues to avoid unsustainable public debt or excessive budget deficits. Good governance is also a key aspect of Islamic public finance, where transparency and accountability are obligated to ensure that public funds are managed responsibly and ethically. Moreover, in the Islamic perspective, public officials are considered trustees of the public's wealth. Therefore, the use of public funds should be documented clearly with regular audits to maintain public trust and prevent corruption or misuse of resources. Finally, with today's pressing concerns of climate change and overexploitation of resources, Islamic public finance teaches the concept of stewardship, where humans are considered caretakers of the earth. Public finance policies should therefore prioritize environmental sustainability and the responsible use of natural resources. Public spending and investments should support sustainable development projects that contribute to sustainable economic growth, such as renewable energy, green economies, and climate-resilient infrastructure. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as the most populous Muslim country in the world, Indonesia has every motivation and incentive to implement Islamic public finance in Indonesia's fiscal and economic policy. Indonesia could also potentially become the global role model and success story for integrating those Islamic principles with conventional economic wisdom. Indonesia has made substantial progress in incorporating Islamic public finance principles into mainstream economic policies. The government, with the collaboration of multiple stakeholders, actively promote the development and integration of Islamic finance principles into our fiscal policy framework to ensure sustainable and inclusive economic development and the promotion of social welfare. In regulatory and institutional framework, the government, through the collaboration of the Ministry of Finance, the National Shariah Board, and the Financial Services Authority, has developed a robust regulatory framework to support the growth of Islamic finance. Indonesia has enacted critical key laws such as the religious courts, Islamic banking, zakat management, and Waqf. Most recently, the Financial Sector Omnibus Law was passed in 2023 to modernize and adapt previous regulations to current realities, including the rise of Islamic economic principles. Moreover, Indonesia has established the National Committee for Sharia Economics and Finance and the Indonesian Association of Islamic Economists to accelerate the development and innovation of the Islamic economy and finance, including Islamic public finance. Indonesia has also seen rapid growth in issuing Islamic financial instruments like sukuk and utilizing zakat and waqf for public welfare programs. The sukuk issuance is earmarked explicitly for economic development and social projects such as highways, educational institutions, and healthcare facilities. It aligns with the country's goal of using Islamic finance to promote social and economic development. Indonesia has become one of the leading issuers of sovereign sukuk globally, financing infrastructure projects and supporting sustainable development goals. For example, in 2018, Indonesia became the first country in the world to issue a sovereign green sukuk. This innovative instrument raises funds for environmentally sustainable projects such as renewable energy, reforestation, and sustainable agriculture. In 2021, Indonesia launched the SDG Sukuk framework, issuing over $10 billion for climate and sustainability projects such as renewable energy and waste management. To bridge social and commercial Islamic finance, Indonesia introduced cash Waqf-linked sukuk in 2020, raising $65 million from over 3,000 Waqf contributors. Cash Waqf-linked sukuk consolidates private cash Waqf to fund social infrastructure such as schools and clinics and programs for the poor, offering a powerful blend of financial and social impact. To accommodate the public's appetite for Sharia-based investment instruments, the government also regularly issues retail sukuk to tap into domestic retail investors. This provides a Sharia-compliant investment option that also helps fund national development projects and contributes to the deepening of the Indonesian financial sector. With the aspiration and dream to successfully transition toward a high-income country as we approach our 100th year of independence, I believe the Islamic public finance principles will play a more significant role and see more robust adoption in the future, especially in ensuring that our economic growth remains sustainable and inclusive. Cross-border collaboration is also critical to further strengthening Islamic public finance principles. Standardizing Sharia interpretations and regulatory frameworks will give Islamic public finance a more sustainable legal and theoretical basis, leading to its greater adoption. Moreover, strong partnerships with international organizations like the Islamic Development Bank, which has been instrumental in advancing Islamic finance globally, are essential as their support and expertise can significantly strengthen our own Islamic economic and financial ecosystem. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I commend the organizers again for creating this platform for dialogue and collaboration. Islamic public finance holds tremendous potential for creating a fairer, more sustainable, and inclusive national and global economic development, but it will take collective effort and innovation to realize its full potential. We face significant challenges, but there are also immense opportunities ahead. With your active participation and contributions, we can work towards advancing our understanding of Islamic public finance, ensuring its relevance to global issues and challenges through continuous innovation, and ultimately promoting its greater adoption and integration into mainstream economics. Adopting Islamic values which stress fairness, ethics, and inclusivity could inspire the creation of a global economic and financial system that benefits not only Muslim communities, but the world at large. I hope you will have productive, fruitful discussions and a blessed forum. Thank you and terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas Jiwandono, for the warm remarks. Before moving to the next agenda, we'd like to invite the second Finance Minister of Malaysia and Vice Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia to take a picture together.
Everyone's ready? Camera ready? On the count of three. 3, 2, 1. Right. Thank you, Second Finance Minister of Malaysia and Vice Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia.
We may now proceed to the next agenda. This lecture session will talk about the role of government in the public sector and the provision of public goods to improve people's welfare from the Islamic perspective. With great honor, I introduce you our first guest lecturer for today, Second Finance Minister of Malaysia, Mr. Amir Hamzah Azizan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. His Excellency Thomas Jiwandono, Vice Minister of Finance, Republic of Indonesia. Bapak Febrio Kacaribu, Chairman of Fiscal Policy Agency. Honorable guests, distinguished scholars, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Ministry of Finance, Republic of Indonesia, for inviting me to this session today. It is indeed an honor and a great privilege to be with you all today, addressing a topic that is not only central to Muslim nation development, but is deeply rooted in the principles of justice, welfare, and governance that Islam espouses. On this topic, let me start by sharing about Malaysia. We are a multi-religious, multiracial, and multicultural society living peacefully in a politically stable and economically prosperous environment. As a country that recognizes Islam as the religion of the Federation, Malaysia has fostered a society where respect for religious diversity is seamlessly integrated with economic progress. Statistically, more than 65% of Malaysians are Muslim. Our economic structure has evolved, consistently reinvented itself for the past 60 years, and we aim to become a high-income nation. Our exports were dominated by commodity products in the 1960s, but they have evolved to multiple products in 2023, mostly led by E&E and non-E&E products. Under the current Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim, the economy is expected to expand by 4 to 5% in 2024, driven by resilient domestic demand and a recovery in exports, as well as services and manufacturing are expected to grow and drive growth. The strong performance of the Malaysian economy for the past 24 months was driven by the Prime Minister's Economy Madani framework, which underpinned 6 core values: sustainability, ihsan, respect, innovation, prosperity, and trust. This framework, aligned with Maqashid Shariah, was formulated with the utmost priority of serving the people and charting a renewed trajectory for Malaysia's social economic landscape. Furthermore, the goal is to reposition Malaysia not just as a preferred destination for investments, but also stand out as a competitive, progressive market with a strong desire for innovation and development. In managing the economy, we are all for economic justice and equitable wealth distribution, which are central to Malaysia Madani's prosperity core value. Policies that reduce income inequality, promote fair distribution of resources, and encourage responsible wealth management reflect the Maqashid Shariah principle of protecting wealth. At its core, Economy Madani framework focuses on two main thrusts, namely raising the ceiling to strengthen the economy and growing the wealth of the nation, and secondly, raising the floor to improving the quality of life of all Malaysians. It seeks to foster a resilient, equitable, and sustainable economic system with a whole nation approach in a spirit of unity, good governance, and agile as well as collaborative public delivery system. Ladies and gentlemen, the government plays a crucial role in developing and providing goods and services essential to its citizens' welfare. From the Islamic perspective, the government is not merely a regulator or enforcer of laws. It is a custodian of the people's welfare. Some of the primary roles include providing essential services such as healthcare, education, infrastructure, water and sanitation, ensuring equity in distribution, upholding social justice, striving for sustainable development, and promoting good governance and accountability. However, in ensuring the welfare of our people, the reality is that resources constrain us. Thus, the government must prioritize its spending to ensure optimal results. In the 2024 budget, the combined operating and development expenditure is primarily allocated for social sectors. Notably, the top three SDGs are SDG 3, 4, and 16. These priorities reflect the government's commitment to upholding social justice, ensuring equitable resource distribution, and promoting good governance. The key social programs include a 10 billion ringgit for Sumbangan Tunai Rahmah, a cash assistance program benefiting almost 9 million households, very minimal registration fee of only 1 ringgit only for basic healthcare services, affordable housing programs, and scholarships for the underprivileged further illustrate the focus on equity and long-term growth. Malaysia has maximized the utilization of Islamic finance to deepen economic growth, including financing government expenditure. Over a span of 40 years since the establishment of Tabung Haji in 1963, Malaysia has developed a comprehensive Islamic finance ecosystem. The role of Islamic finance has evolved from focusing primarily on financial inclusion, with the first Islamic bank established in 1983, to supporting economic transformation, social development, and sustainable growth. Today, the industry offers a comprehensive suite of Sharia-compliant products and services for consumers and businesses to meet diverse funding and capital and protection needs. The Islamic banking sector now constitutes 46% of total bank financing, and the Takaful sector accounts for 23% of total market share. Malaysia is also home to the world's largest sukuk market, accounting for 33% of global outstanding sukuk. The Islamic finance ecosystem is supported by robust regulatory infrastructure, diverse institutions, including for training and education, as well as active industry associations, adding dynamism to the market as a whole. In addition, the development of My Waqf has contributed to effective mobilization of cash Waqf funds to support real sector needs by Islamic financial institutions in collaboration with state Islamic religious councils. While the introduction of My Salam, a national takaful scheme providing free takaful protection for critical illness to eligible low-income recipients, further accentuates the intrinsic role of Islamic finance in supporting public well-being. The use of Islamic finance to empower communities and advance sustainability agenda is becoming more entrenched. I wish to highlight two examples of programs where the government plays a role to crowd in private capital contribution as well as create a conducive business environment for blended finance. First, the iTakeUp initiative, which is coordinated by 13 participating financial institutions in collaboration with over 70 implementation partners from both public and private sector. iTakeUp is a blended finance initiative which combines social finance funds, for example, donations, social impact investments, zakat and cash waqf, and commercial funds. Secondly, the sustainability MGII Sukuk. Malaysia also continues its regional leadership in SRI Sukuk. In 2022, the government of Malaysia has successfully tapped into domestic market with an inaugural issuance of Sustainability Malaysian Government Investment Issuance of 4.5 billion ringgit in nominal value, about $1 billion. One of the greatest strengths of the Islamic finance is its ability to leverage social instruments like zakat, waqf, and sadaqah to address societal needs and provide public goods. These instruments play a crucial role in wealth distribution and in supporting social welfare programs. In Malaysia, we have a strong tradition of using Islamic social finance instruments to provide public goods such as education, healthcare, and infrastructure. By mobilizing resources through zakat and waqf, the government can address social imbalances and promote economic inclusivity. These instruments offer significant potential for supporting Malaysia's long-term development goals. Waqf land can be a valuable tool for providing public goods by funding projects such as hospitals, schools, and infrastructure. Using Waqf land for essential services such as healthcare reduces costs by eliminating land acquisition expenses, allowing for more affordable services that benefit low-income communities while fulfilling the charitable purpose of Waqf. From a Malaysian perspective, managing and governing the public sector and ensuring provision of public goods come with several challenges. These challenges are rooted in the complexity of ensuring efficiency, accountability, equity, and sustainability in public administration, alongside the need to balance economic development with social welfare. Some of the main challenges and how the Malaysian government is addressing them are balancing between the welfare of the rakyat and fiscal sustainability. Like many developing countries, Malaysia faces budget challenges, especially after increased spending due to COVID-19 pandemic, which raised public debt. To address this, the government is improving tax collection, reducing leakages, and ensuring fiscal responsibility through tax system modernization and e-taxation platforms. It has shifted from broad-based targeted subsidies for vulnerable groups and encourages private sector involvement to support growth. Additionally, the government is strengthening debt management by setting clear debt ceilings and implementing long-term measures to reduce fiscal deficit. Corruption and inefficiency in the public sector remain key challenges. The Malaysian Anti-Corruption Commission addresses corruption across all government levels, supported by initiatives such as the National Anti-Corruption Strategy 2024 to 2028. To enhance accountability, the Public Finance and Fiscal Responsibility Act 2023 strengthens governance and transparency in managing public finances. The government is also driving public sector efficiency through reforms like performance-based evaluation, reducing bureaucratic red tape, and adopting a whole-of-government approach of decision-making. Balancing economic growth with environmental protection is a challenge for Malaysia, as deforestation, urbanization, and climate change heightens its vulnerability to natural disasters like floods. The government aligns policies with global frameworks such as SDGs, focusing on green growth through renewable energy, energy efficiency, and emission reduction. Since 2014, Malaysia has promoted sustainable finance through initiatives like the SRI Sukuk framework and the ASEAN Green Bonds to fund environmentally sustainable projects. Additionally, the government invests in disaster-resilient infrastructure, including flood mitigation and climate adaptation projects to minimize economic and social impacts. Environmental sustainability poses a challenge, especially concerning balancing economic growth with environmental protection. Current Islamic finance instruments often face criticisms of mimicking conventional products, creating doubts about their adherence to risk-sharing principles. To address this, we aim to diversify Islamic finance solutions, strengthen venture capital and equity crowdfunding, and expand access for MSME, women and young entrepreneurs. We will explore more risk-sharing instruments to close funding gaps in sectors like that, food security, energy transition, and digital transformation. Over time, we hope to fully embrace Islamic finance balance of fairness and simplicity, ensuring ethical and innovative financial solutions. There is a need to harmonize regulatory framework across Malaysia's federal and state governments. Since Islam is considered a state matter, coordination between federal and state authorities is crucial for ensuring effective implementation of Islamic finance policies. Greater inter-regional cooperation will help ensure that Islamic finance continues to grow and thrive across the region. The need for greater understanding of Islam is important. Public understanding of Islam finance is still limited. Many Malaysians, including Muslims, lack deep understanding of how Islamic finance can serve as a tool for both financial growth and social justice. To address this, we need to expand financial literacy programs and public awareness campaigns that explains the benefits and opportunities offered by Islamic finance. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, Malaysia is at the crossroads of remarkable opportunities. Through Islamic social finance instruments like Zakat and Waqf, we can address societal needs, provide public goods, and promote social justice. The government's role in creating a conducive ecosystem for Islamic finance will remain critical as we move forward, with the right policies, innovation, and public understanding. By leveraging both conventional and Islamic economic systems and guided by the Economy Madani framework, we are on a solid path to achieve high income status while ensuring that all Malaysians benefit from the fruits of our progress. Malaysia's experience in managing a modern economy while developing Islamic finance is a story of balance, balancing ethics with profitability, religious values with economic pragmatism, and national growth with international leadership. We have proven that Islamic finance is not just an alternative, it is a vital component of a sustainable, inclusive, and resilient economic system. As we look forward to the future, we need to continue to innovate and lead in Islamic finance sector, driving growth not just for the global Muslim community, but the world at large. Let us work together to build a future where economic growth, social equity, and ethical responsibility are at the forefront of our shared prosperity. Thank you, and may we continue to work towards prosperity, guided by the principles of fairness, justice, and sustainability. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Amir Hamzah Azizan, for the discerning session. This session will be the foundation and spark for discussion in the following sessions.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will jump into the first panel session, which will discuss Islamic public finance and fiscal policy, managing revenue, financing, and spending on Maqashid Shariah perspective to create economic impact with the experts.
We invite you to join the discussion by submitting your comments, thoughts, and questions using the link fiscal.id/AIFC. The panelists will then address them during the Q&A session. Please state your name, institution, and to whom the question is addressed, followed by your question. Participants who attend the mezzanine hall are invited to ask the panelists questions directly in the discussion session, which will be led by the moderator.
This session will be moderated by the Associate Professor of Universitas Airlangga, Mr. Bayu Arifianto. He has a long and extensive journey in the economic and financial field. Currently, he holds several roles, such as the head of the Islamic Economy Study Program at Universitas Airlangga and the president of the Indonesia SDG Center Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we'd like to turn this session over to Mr. Bayu Arifianto to lead the discussion. To Mr. Bayu Arifianto, you may have the floor.
Distinguished speakers and participants, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to all of you and good afternoon, evening to those with a different time zone. My name is Bayu Arifianto, Associate Professor at Universitas Airlangga, and I'm very excited to be your moderator to the first panel session of the 8th Annual Islamic Finance Conference, AIFC. This panel raised the topic of Islamic public finance and fiscal policy, managing revenue, financing, and spending on Maqashid Shariah perspective to create economic impact. Within the allocated time of 2 hours, this session offers insight on Islamic public finance and fiscal policy in relation with the public expenditure, Islamic tax, and financing management. These panels will also cover Maqashid Shariah framework on spending in providing public goods that supports productivity, inclusivity, sustainability, and resiliency. We are fortunate to have several prominent and esteemed speakers with practitioners and academicians in this panel session. Our first speaker is Professor Abdul Ghaffar Ismail. Professor Abdul Ghaffar Ismail is a professor of Islamic economics at the University Kebangsaan Malaysia UKM, and he holds a PhD in economics from the University of Southampton, United Kingdom. He will share his knowledge on the issue of Islamic public finance revenue and investment optimization, framework, instruments, and practice in modern country. Next, our second speaker will be Mr. Tony Prianto. He is the Director of Islamic Financing at the Ministry of Finance of Indonesia. Previously, he was the head of the Sub-Directorate of State on Enterprise Risk Mitigation, and he has more than 20 years of experience in the project financing area. Mr. Tony will share his experience on financing management for government expenditure and budget deficit in Islamic public finance. And last but not least, our third speaker is Mr. Raditya Hendra Pratama. Mr. Raditya is a lecturer at the Polytechnic of the State Finance or STAN, and the head of the Sharia Accounting and Public Finance Studies. Mr. Raditya will share his insight on Maqashid Shariah perspective on government expenditure, maximizing development impact through government spending. Now, it is my pleasure to invite all of our speakers to join us on stage and on screen. Let's give them a warm welcome. Please come forward. Okay, I will give each of the panelists 15 minutes to deliver a brief presentation. Then we follow by a question and answer session at the end of this panel. All participants could ask the question from the floors and also on the link share Slido in the chat room. Please provide your name and to whom the question is addressed. And without further ado, I'm giving the screen to our first speaker, Mr. Abdul Ghaffar Ismail. Prof, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Thank you, Dr. Bayu, my fellow panelists, participant of the 8th Annual Islamic Finance Conference. And first of all, I would like to thank the Ministry of Finance of Indonesia for inviting me to join in this conference. Let's start with my slide. Can someone show my slide? Okay. So what I'm going to discuss today is about the Islamic religious revenue. The three areas that I want to discuss on the legal framework and also the instrument and the policy coordination. But all this will be discussed in the Malaysian perspective. Okay, in the case of Malaysia. Okay. Next, please. So 4 questions that I want to address in this presentation. First, I would like to to discuss on the constitutional rules that have been provided in the the core public finance matters that have been provided in the constitutional rules, and how do we interpret that constitutional rule in our economic system. And then the next one, I will discuss on what are the definition of the Islamic religious revenue. And finally, I want to address on the effect of Islamic religious revenues on the socio-economic development. But first, I would like to discuss on the constitutional economic discourse. Okay. Next, please. Okay. If you look at this is one of the area in economy. We call it as a constitutional economy. So among the issues that have been discussed in the constitutional economic discourse, okay, is about the power that's been given, okay, by the constitution or the basics law in any country that discuss on many matters related to the government finance. Okay. For example, in the constitutional rule discuss the fiscal, monetary, and also regulatory powers of the government. Okay. So with these powers, it put the constraint on the government activities. Okay, where the government can collect the money and how do you spend that money, and also how they propose on the policy or monetary policy, and also the regulatory framework in relation to how the government should allocate or should collect the money for the benefit of the public, okay, or the citizen. Okay, and one of the views have been discussed in the constitutional discourse, economic discourse, is about the Keynesian views, where if you look at the Keynesian views, normally we are looking at the how the government collect or get the revenues, and also how the government spend. Okay, which basically is based on the Keynesian view. Okay, and especially on the many economists after the pioneer in this area by Milton Friedman, Keynes. Many economists after that are trying to analyze the relationship between the constitutional rule system and also the rate of economic growth. For example, we have the different law origin in different countries. You may have a Scandinavian law origin, or we may have the common law origin, or we have the Islamic law origin. So that affect differently on the economic growth. Okay, but one good thing here is where in the case of Germany, where the constitution is based upon the reflection of the Freiburg School of Law and Economics, meaning that law and economic cannot be separated from law. Okay, so meaning that when we discuss about the economy, it should be related to the governing law in that particular country. Okay, and furthermore, if you look these two examples, the Keynesian views, or in the case of Freiburg School of Law and Economic views, both suggest that classical political economy is used as a foundation for the constitutional rule system. Okay, next please. So now we want to address the first and also the second question, provision related to public finance matters. Okay, if you look at the constitution of any country, in the article that been written in the constitution, we will see that the power that has been given to the nation revenue raising authority. Okay, what are the extent? For example, the tax department, for example, been given the power to collect the revenues, and also what types of revenues that can be collected, and also what are the types, how they distribute that revenues. Okay, so it talks about the management of public finance, how do you collect, and also how do you distribute. Okay, but another additional matters here is the constitutional rule also lead to the introduction of Islamic religious revenue that we are going to talk about this. Okay, this is a subject matter of my papers. Okay, and especially in a country like Malaysia, Brunei, and Singapore. Malaysia as an example of a federal system, Brunei is an example of monarchy system, and Singapore as an example of the unitary system, a country that follow unitary, a country that follow the monarchy, and also Malaysia that follow the federal system. Okay, where constitutional economic treat Islamic revenue as a tool for socio-economic development. Okay, next please. If we look at in our constitution in these three countries, and of course in other countries also, I noticed that, for example, in the case of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but I give you the example here in the case of Malaysia and also Singapore and Brunei. Okay, where the article in the constitution clearly stated that what types of what the revenue that you can be collected by the federal government, what are the revenue that can be collected by the state, and also what are the revenue that can be collected by the local council. So this is the important element or item that I need to highlight here is Article 97, where zakat, fitrah, baitul mal, or similar Islamic religious revenue are considered as a Islamic religious revenue. So meaning that rather than you collect tax or stamp duty, export duty, or land tax that belong to the state government or revenue from water and other mineral resources, the government also can collect, okay, what we call it as a Islamic religious revenue. Okay, next please. So it shows what? From that, what can we interpret that? It shows that the Constitution expands the sources of revenues for socio-economic purposes. Not only that, the Constitution also expands the sources that revenue that are derived from the al-ahkam, Quranic rules, where the Quranic rules are translated into the constitution. Okay, especially in item number 97 in bracket number 3, where Islamic religious revenue should be paid into a separate fund, meaning that you need to consolidate that in one fund. They call it as a Baitul Mal fund, which belong to the state. Okay, so from there, what we can also learn from this provision in the constitution is the Islamic economic model for economic development, which also has been embedded in our constitution. Next, please. Can you go to the next slide? So the next slide is about what are the Islamic religious revenues. Okay, if you look at our constitution or the state act and also the state enactment, we have the federal constitution, we have bylaw, the state act, and also state enactment. The definition are not given. What are the Islamic religious revenues? Okay, so from there, it creates an ambiguity on how we define it. I mean, the Islamic religious revenues. Okay, but can you go to the next slide? But if you look at from the classical books, okay, we have many books that we can refer to. For example, the Abu Yusuf, the book, the title of the book is Al-Kharaj, and Abu Ubaid Al-Amwal. We can see from these two main sources of Islamic public finance, we can categorize the list of Islamic revenues into two. One is a compulsory action. We have the Zakatul Fitrah and Zakatul Al-Mal and also Nazar. Okay, and what are the recipients that are entitled to get that from that revenue, from the compulsory action? Zakatul Fitr and also Zakatul Mal and also Nazar. Okay, next please. And also not only that, from the mandatory action, or we can also that the revenue from the voluntary action. We have the Waqf, we have Sadaqah Lillah, Fidyah, we have Kafarah, Udhiyah or Korban, sacrifice, this, and also Dam, Aqiqah and Luqatah. Okay, for example, Luqatah, if you save we have an account in a bank, for example, and then we don't use that money in one, let's say in one bank A, bank B, and bank C, so it is considered as the property that become left at the become inactive in your bank. So we can consider that as a luqata, meaning that it become inactive, then it can be transferred to the Islamic religious revenue or Baitul Mal fund. Okay, next please. So now we want to see that what is the impact of, okay, because it has been mentioned in many studies that the Islamic religious revenue can have an impact on the socio-economic development. I look at it from three different areas. Why? Because as mentioned by the Excellency, the second Minister of Finance of Malaysia, we are talking about the well-being of the people or well-being of the citizen. So normally, individuals need an improvement in the condition and also the quality of their life. One. The second is we want to create the justice, the distribution of wealth. Okay, individual also look at the distribution of wealth, okay, that can generate, that they generate. And finally, it's a social differentiation. You don't want to create the inequality, or you want to create the social complexity, okay, where some are excluded from the economic activity. Okay, so that's why these three main areas are important in overcoming the social and also economic need of any particular people or any particular citizen in any particular country. Okay, and to do that, how can we see the impact of Islamic religious revenue on socio-economic development? We can see that from the circular economic model. Okay, because we want to see that the link between the three important element that should become the agenda of socio-economic development. Because normally when you look at the UNDP SDG goals, you forgot about the creator. You care about the planet and you care about the people, but you don't include the discussion in that perspective to look into the element of the creator, or in this perspective, either Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Next, please.
Prof, one more minute, Prof.
Yeah. So what I want to discuss, I don't want to discuss on this diagram circular economy, but I want to discuss the final one. Can you go to the next 1 minute? Can you go to the next one? Can you go to the next slide, please? No, I don't want to discuss on this. We can read that the slide. Okay, next, please. Next. Okay, now is the issues of IRR consolidation and the success of economic development. In Malaysia, Islamic religious revenue or Baitul Mal belong to the state. In Indonesia, Badan Waqf Indonesia and also Basnas. So the question is, do they consolidate this account? Okay, do they consolidate the account? The account of BWI, the account of Basnas are consolidated at the Ministry of Finance. And in case of Malaysia, we don't consolidate the account at the federal level. We only consolidate that at the state level. Even you consolidate at the state level, but you don't consolidate with the state account. So next, please. So this is the issue. How we want to consolidate that? On the fiscal rules, distribution rule. Because normally in public finance, we follow the collection, distribution, or distribution collection hypothesis. We collect first and then distribute, or we want to distribute and then find out the revenue. Okay, so we need to, in that case, we need to look into that. But in the case of Islamic religious revenue, we collect and then we distribute. We don't actually look at the distribution, because and then after that we look at the collection or revenue. The excess, the proper planning of the excess. If let's say there is an excess in zakat, what should we do? Can we invest that? But according to the scholars' view or the ulama says that you can invest only for the short term, and then it should be plowed back to the consolidated account. And then the next one is the importance of Islamic religious revenue over taxes. In the case of Selangor, for example, in one of the state in Malaysia, the revenue from the Islamic religious revenue or Baitul Mal fund, more than half, okay, equal to half of the state budget. So how can we consolidate that in the state development program? And then revenue from non-zakat is considered as buffer. And then the next one is, I think I need to address here, is the political setting. Because lawmaker normally can provide a guidance on the Islamic religious matters. But can the lawmakers provide the guidance on this? And finally is the conflict may arise due to the unclear definition of Islamic religious revenue. So it may create an ambiguity in giving the guidance for the operator to look into this matter. So with that, I think that this is my presentation. I hope you can, if you don't have any question, you can ask that later, inshallah. Thank you very much, Dr. Bayu.
Thank you, Prof. Abdul Ghaffar Ismail, for your very insightful presentation. Let's give a big applause to Prof. Abdul Ismail. There are several key takeaways that I note from the presentation. First is Islamic religious revenue, constitutional rules implemented in some countries, in Malaysia, Brunei, Singapore, integrated Islamic religious revenue like zakah as key tools for socio-economic development. Second, the redistribution of wealth, compulsory and voluntary. Islamic revenues help address socio-economic needs by redistributing wealth and improving the quality of life. And the third one, economic impact. Saving, donation, and entrepreneurship in the Islamic economic system contribute to wealth reconstitution and economic growth. Thank you again, Prof. Abdul Ghaffar Ismail. And next, we welcome Mr. Tony Prianto to give a presentation for the second topic. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished speaker and esteemed guests and also conference participant. Good morning, everybody. Before I start my presentation, I'd like to recap first, just in case the time is up. So I think learn from the previous one. I'd like to say that actually, likewise, the Malaysia, Indonesia has a majority of the Muslim population, and it is give us opportunity to how we can elaborate and also inclusively tapping our population to gain the similar one with the government, that the Maqashid Shariah is intended to achieving the welfare and also the justice for the society. So we come up with the new directorate within the Ministry of Finance to tap that opportunity, because we pretty sure that we have the similar objective within the management of the budget as well. So, but given that the nowadays is the economy of the Sharia economy in Indonesia is still very low from the total economy, it's become a challenge for us to how we can boost and also make the economic Sharia is more bigger, then we can get more advantage from the Maqashid Shariah that we will try to put in place. And also we have thought that the regulatory framework needs to be addressed as well to make sure that the Sharia, financial Sharia have a similar opportunity as well with the conventional one. and also I believe that the literacy, the human capital is the big part of the how we can rooster the financial for the Sharia institution, Sharia ecosystem in Indonesia. That's why we very support for this kind of the event to have how we can collaborate with the university, with the scholar as well, to develop the new instrument, also the thought, and also elaborate with the regulator to make sure that we have the clear framework for the regulatory to support the ecosystem for the financial Sharia financial system. Okay, I try to start for the presentation. So this is the kind of the overview of the principle and objective of the Islamic public finance. So basically, our objective from the Sharia ecosystem is we outline the financial Sharia within the Quran and Sunnah, that we avoid the riba, and then also mashir and goror as well. And in terms to achieve the enabling the ummah, empower the equality and justice, and at the end is the welfare of society. Because if we recall the Sharia, we refer to the Prophet of Muhammad, Muhammad SAW, while he managed the Madinah. Actually, the context is it makes sure that everything is equally divided, and then is similar as well with our the APBN task for the distribution allocation as well. So we make sure that all the resource within the economy can be distributed equally and justice, that will end up with the welfare of the society. So this is actually the similar one, and why we think that the Maqashid Shariah is fit in within our budget deficit strategy to finance through the Sharia financing. This one is we show you how we differentiate, and also what the importance of the Sharia financing for the government, the budget deficit. So basically we have like a deficit around 522 trillion rupiah, and it's called 2.29% from the PDB, and actually the conventional one is 70%, and the 30% is financed by the Islamic security sukuk. And this is the differentiate with the conventional one. Actually, we more on the not only about the talking about the efficiency, but we also talking about the charitable contribution, also with the ethical behavior, then emphasizing the resharing, and also avoiding the interest payment. So that kind of the differentiate with conventional, and we have the instrument that cover for the budget deficit, such as the sukuk, musyarakah, mudarabah, along with the zakat, and also the waqf potential. And this is the instrument that we have to finance the budget deficit. We have like the variable rate, from example is sukuk tabungan, also sukuk retail for the fixed rate. This also encourages the allocation and distribution within the economy, because this is basically one of the very unique from the ST and then sukuk retail is how we can tapping the financing from the people who has more money to buy the sukuk, and then we can use proceed of the sukuk for the development of the public services, and also for public welfare as well. And then this strategic for the Islamic finance to employ the balance of the government expenditure. Actually, we believe that actually the profit and also the doing good is not mutually exclusive, but in fact this can be mutually inclusive. So we initiate the Grun Sukuk 2018. We think that yes, we can collaborate within the Shariah, Maqashid Shariah, with the profit, and also at the end is the welfare. We leverage also the principle in Islamic Islam, we more responsive to the responsible of the government through the sustainability, to the green, our NDGs can be elaborate with our needs for the allocation of the welfare within the society through issuance of the green sukuk. And also, if we talk about the sustainable economic growth, we have the potential from the zakat, waqf, and if we talk about the waqf, we are not less than from the Malaysia, because we have a potential 180 trillion rupiah in waqf, and if we can elaborate more on that potential waqf, we think that we can foster, we can build more robust the financial ecosystem Syariah within the Indonesia. This is the practical challenge actually, what is the challenges ahead from the Islamic public finance strategies. First is for sure that the resistance about the financial institution due to the principle that because we are in the world of the conventional majority, while people tend to see the profit as the major aim through the conventional transaction, then it's kind of difficult for us if we are not foster the ecosystem bigger. This is the challenge for us, for the economic system, Sharia economic system, to be fit in within the existing conventional economy. That's why we need to discuss with the more scholar, more with the regulatory, how we can invent the new instrument, the new regulatory to foster the more fast, the to support the infrastructure for the public finance strategies for Sharia. Sorry. And also we think that the expert of the Sharia economy is very not adequate in Indonesia. That's why this is our another challenge for Indonesia, how we can contribute more to produce more expert, more scholars for the economy Sharia that can discuss and invent the new way how to foster the public Sharia finance as well. And then also the regulation and investment choice. And it ends up actually, if we can see from this slide, first, I think the first thing to do is we need to make sure that human capital is raised first, so we can have more people think about the whole how we can build the ecosystem, because without any people with the expertise for the Sharia ecosystem, it's kind of difficult for us to have expedite the process how we can foster the ecosystem for the Sharia as a whole. After we have a human capital in place, then we can move into the how we can create the regulatory that can fit in to foster the Sharia ecosystem, because we are in the nature when we are the Sharia finance is the newcomer, and the whole system actually the conventional one, and then we have to catch up the development of the ecosystem. So we need the people with the expertise, with the knowledge to think about how we can set up the regulatory as well to support the expediting the process for foster the economic Sharia. And that actually the liquidity is the consequences of all the challenges due to the regulatory, due to the resistance, due to the expertise. So the amount of the instrument for the Sharia is not too deep within the market. So the liquidity is become one of the challenges as well. And yes, the anchor for the financial Sharia in Indonesia is the issuance of the sukuk. That's why we need to encourage the corporate as well to issue sukuk, and then also from the SOEs, and also we can tap not only the sukuk instrument, but we need to also incorporate with the other option such as zakat, waqf, and actually what more exciting is we have PPP, public-private partnership, that I think that is the future of the economy Sharia as well, how we can do the hybrid things to finance the infrastructure, the welfare of the people through the partnership, through the hybrid with the other sectors, because the context of the financing the deficit budget is not always have a resource to finance all the public needs. That's why we need to have other option, especially with the I think not solely from the issuance sukuk, but I think we need to grab the potential from the private sector as well, and also from the philanthropists through the waqaf, sedekah, waqaf, that will encourage, that will fast expediting the process of creating the bigger ecosystem for the Sharia that will lead to the more liquid market, and will actually will address more bigger and also will address the Maqashid Shariah, how we can distribute the welfare within the society to the others. Because to close, I think if the capitalist said that the said that resource is very scarce, so that we need to be the efficient. Actually, the Maqashid Shariah saying otherwise. The resource is actually enough for everybody, for everyone. What we do is to distribute it in the justice, equality, to make sure that the welfare will be to all the people. I think that's all for me. Thank you. Over to you, Pak. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Mr. Tony Prianto, for the thorough presentation. And again, there are three key takeaways from Mr. Tony. First is Islamic finance in public budgeting. Islamic public finance emphasizes ethical principles such as risk sharing, prohibition of interest, and alignment with social welfare, offering tools like Sukuk and Waqf to manage government expenditure and budget deficit sustainably. Second, sustainable growth. Islamic finance encourages ethical consumption and investment, promotes resharing and leverage zakah and Waqf to support social welfare and economic growth. And challenges and opportunities. Governments still face challenges in implementing Islamic finance, including resistance from the traditional institution and lack of expertise, and also lack of Islamic scholars. Thank you very much, Mr. Tony. Next, we move to our final presenter, Mr. Raditya Hendra Pratama. We'll give the time 15 minutes for your presentation. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. Distinguished speakers, moderator and participant of this precious forum. On behalf of the Director of the Polytechnic of State Finance and representing the Center of the Sharia Accounting and Public Finance Studies, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude for being involved as the speaker of this forum. Actually, I'm still amazed by the presentation of our two previous speakers because they are the really expert on this. And in the Polytechnic of State Finance, until 2022, we don't have any course related to the Sharia finance. Today, we already have two courses related to Sharia finance. They are Sharia accounting of financial, Sharia of financial accounting and the legal aspect of Sharia financing. It's quite a good improvement because we started from 2022. So, compared to the previous speaker, I'm just a rookie on this field. And to make it easier for me, as the last speaker, because as I know in the football, the most critical time is injury time. And as the last speaker, I think the time is coming. So to make it easier for me as a rookie, let me start this presentation in stories. The first story is about the Center of the Sharia Accounting and Public Finance Studies. In 2019, I started to search how Islamic finance could contribute more to state finance. With my 12 years experience in debt management, I found that Sharia financing is far from its optimal level of contribution to state finance. I started to build a team and search how Islamic finance and state finance could work together. Still in 2019, together with my colleagues, we built a community of practice in developing Sharia public finance and its accounting. And later we call it UKASHA, Unit Kajian Akuntansi dan Keuangan Publik Syariah. It has become our home for doing research, workshop, publication, collaboration, and community services. During our studies, we found that there is a framework that we can use as a bridge in connecting Sharia finance to state finance. We know it as Maqashid Shariah. In the second part, I will share to you about the Maqashid Shariah connection to state finance, particularly government spending. The principle of Maqashid Shariah is to fulfill human needs by realizing their benefit or maslahat and avoiding problems or mafsadah from them. And maslahat is a general rule that is abstracted from many problems originating from legal arguments. Maqashid Shariah in Islamic finance provides ethical guidance in managing financial activities, promotes social welfare, and fulfills society's needs. The 5 objectives described as Maqashid Shariah are protecting of religion, protection of soul, protection of mind, protection of wealth, and protection of offspring. This concept can be seen better from the framework of Abu Zahra and the framework of Ash-Shatibi and Al-Ghazali. As we've seen, as we can see on the screen, there are 3 dimensions of Maqashid Shariah: education, justice, and public welfare. It also has 3 levels of human needs: daruriyat, the most essential; hajiyat, the complement; and tahsiniyat, the additional. We can see the 5 objectives of Maqashid Shariah as the elements to objectify and protect human needs. From this framework, let's now shift our point to the government state budget. In 2025 state budget, government expenditure focuses on economic and social sectors with a 2.53% deficit of GDP. It is used to boost Indonesia's economic and social development. If you see, the government expenditure focuses, as seen on the diagram, we can realize the connection with the 3 dimensions of Maqashid Shariah: education, justice, and public welfare. There is a preliminary research trying to connect several sectors of state budget spending into Maqashid Shariah 5 objectives. And we found that all of them are in line with the Maqashid Shariah, and almost all of them have direct connection with the most essential needs, the daruriyat. Only tourism it has indirect connection with the daruriyat. Maybe it has direct connection with tahsiniyat. Relating the state budget to Maqashid Shariah is very relevant, especially in the context of sustainable economic development. The collection of national zakat funds also has the potential to be continuously developed. The increase in public awareness of Islamic finance and also support from the government provide optimism for future growth. State budget must be managed in a manner that complies with Sharia principle, including fair distribution of wealth and reduce of social inequality. Projects funded by the state budget must focus on improving community welfare, such as education and health, as the most important things to the society. Fiscal and monetary policies that support Sharia principles can help create greater economic stability. Strengthening collaboration and coordination between ministries and other government institutions, such as Badan Waqf Indonesia and other Nadir institutions, in allocating the state budget, in all phases of the budget cycle is very important in prioritizing budget allocation based on Sharia principle. We can see that Indonesian national budget has been allocated to protect the 5 basic needs as stated in the Maqashid Shariah, but in terms of allocation, we need to increase the alignment to the concept of Maqashid Shariah and Sharia principle. The spending allocation need to consider the priority based on Sharia rules. If you take a look on the spending budget of the central government and the local government, as we can see on the screen, we can see that they have the opportunity to jointly strengthen the Sharia financing in various sectors, and we have to make it work together. To make them work together with Sharia financing, a cash Waqf management scheme is highly advised to finance infrastructure in a specific community or area. Therefore, a joint financing scheme is already proposed to provide an enhanced financing model. So, as we see on the screen, this is a model that is developed to integrate the Sharia financing instrument and also state finance. We can see that the driver of this model is the community necessities. And we are trying to optimize the Sharia financing instrument, which is, we know is as zakat and Waqf. In this scheme, we use Waqf, organized by Nazir, and the state budget from the central government and local and regional budget by local government. The scheme proposed integrated financing to optimize the role of Sharia financing together with central government and regional government by forming a special purpose vehicle to build the infrastructure or the organize the facility development, and then provide reports to the Nazir, central government, and local government. Hopefully, this scheme also could improve the development program's effectiveness, increase social control of the community, and indirectly reduce the potential for corruption. In an era of rapid technological development, the government has to continue to innovate in the field of technology to increase the economic efficiency, stability, and accessibility in state spending activities. We can use artificial intelligence and business intelligence for a better decision-making process on the government side. It's already used in other countries to make a better business decision and services. There is a lot of potential in the future to develop alternative sources for financing government spending with sukuk, public-private partnership, zakat, and Waqf. And we can see on the screen, at the corner, we have sovereign sukuk frequency spectrum. Actually, it is a research that we are currently try to find either the frequency spectrum could be used as the underlying asset of sukuk. And we already have discussion with the Ministry of Communication and Informatics. And maybe in the near future, I have to go to Pak Tony to do some discussion to use this asset. Maybe we can use it as an underlying asset in sukuk, Pak. And there are some key takeaways regarding the connection of state budget and Maqashid Shariah. Overall, the spending of the state budget has met the objectives under Maqashid Shariah. And for further improvement, alternative potential sources of state revenue can be developed to finance the state budget spending including but not limited to the potential for zakat and waqf. The last is Maqashid Shariah, together with the halal standard, is the fundamental principle of Islam that will preserve a high quality of life in the society. The last story of my presentation is about motivation. As in the state finance, the main factor in the Sharia finance is not creating profit. The main factor is about influencing the behavior of the society. I think it also has a relation to one of Pak Bayu's article about the relationship between behavioral intention and the use of Islamic financial technology in Indonesia, Pak. Let me share with you that I used to adopt the Fogg behavior model, a model developed by Brian Jeffrey Fogg from Stanford, describing that the behavior of the society is constructed from three elements: motivation, ability, and trigger. With relevant triggers, such as policy and regulation from the government that earn the trust of society, we can influence the behavior of society to support the proposal. It's quite challenging. With all the explanation, including from the previous speakers, we believe that the time to develop a better contribution of Sharia financing is on the line. So, don't lose hope. Don't lose hope and don't lose faith, because our time here together is evidence that we are not alone. Together with Ukasha, this is the family of Ukasha. Together with Ukasha and Polytechnic of State Finance, we can extend our research to be implemented as a policy in developing a new era of state financing by optimizing the potential role of Sharia financing. There are some research already produced by our team in Ukasha. All the research seen in the list is proof of their hard work and dedication. There are several topics: sovereign sukuk and Islamic public finance, for example, and then social Islamic finance, general Islamic finance, and global halal industry. So we can move to collaboration after this forum to create better research and reach the optimal level of Sharia financing to contribute the state finance. I believe that we have to keep move forward developing the Sharia finance by the reason that it will benefit the state and the society as well. Like the Prophet Muhammad SAW said, "Khairukum anfa'uhum linnas." The best among you is who benefit others the most. I think that's all from me, Pak. Thank you for your time. I give it back to you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Pak Raditya. And I think Pak Raditya have provided us with the key takeaways, so no need for me to provide again the key takeaways. Thank you so much. And we give a big applause again to our three speakers for today. And we have reached the Q&A session where I would like to open the floor for questions from our participants, especially from the in-person participants, then also from the online through the Slido. I will start with the first four questions, and please also provide your name and to whom your question addressed to. Any question? From the forum, from the floor? Oh yeah, Prof. Murniati Mulisin, you can start your question.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm representing the Indonesian Associations of Islamic Economics. And
of
my name is Murniati.
Islamic Economic.
The first question is addressed to Prof. Abdul Ghaffar Ismail. I'm interested to find out your view on Islamic political economy that you mentioned, on how to formulate Islamic religious revenue. And as you are aware, that Indonesia is having the new cabinet, and what would be your advice on the Indonesian's landscape on the IRR today, and I'm sure that you have been actually studying as well about the Indonesian's economics. And the second question goes to Pak
Tony.
Pak Tony,
Yeah.
on the I think I'll skip that first. I forgot. And my third question is to Pak. This on the tourisms, the budget on tourisms, and I think I'm not sure how you define the tourism, because you don't have the it's not connected to the Maqashid Shariah on your research just now. And I think if you define that tourism is not tahsiniyat, is very much on daruriyah. If you see the Surah Al-An'am, for instance, on the A'udzubillahi minasyaitonir rajim, qul lisurru fil ardi wa tanzur kaifa kana akibatul mujrimin. And there are lots of ayah verses and talks about it, and how the government actually have make sure the surroundings, and also how people actually visit our local heritage, for instance. And I think it's very much related to Hifzuddin, for instance, and Hifzun Nasl, for instance, on how to teach the children onto the museums, etc. I'm not sure how you define it. I think that's all for today.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Maybe we give time to respond, yeah, Prof. From Prof. Abdul Ghafar Ismail for the first question about
Thank
the
you.
constitutional economy from Indonesia. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Bayu, and also thank you very much to the community, my good friends. Okay. I want to address this question from the political economy perspective. Okay. I think I already mentioned that when you want to consolidate the public policy, one of the main elements is the political setting. Okay. So when you look at this political setting, what is the role of the lawmaker? Okay. The role of lawmaker, which I believe that one of the role of lawmaker is to provide a guidance. Okay. Especially for a country like in Indonesia, we have the different level of government, and the role of lawmaker at the different level of government at the kabupaten level, or maybe at the province, and also at the federal government level. Okay, where they can provide the guidance on how in relation to Islamic religious revenues. I think I noticed that in the case of Aceh, the lawmaker already made a guidance to the state government where the Islamic religious revenues are considered as the pendapatan asli daerah. So this is I think the only province in Indonesia that the lawmaker already approved that. Okay, in mainstreaming the Islamic religious revenue as the policy at the state, public policy at the state level. So they embed that in your law that Islamic religious revenue as one of the pendapatan asli daerah. So meaning that if you can do that in Aceh, why don't you do that in other provinces, right? Or at the central level? Even if you look at my notice from the research I've done, there is no consolidation at the central level. There is no consolidation of the account of BWI. There is no consolidation of the account of Basnas. Where you can do that, they can consolidate at the central level. Okay, that is my advice on that. And that, of course, we need the political will, right? Of course, because when you talk about the public policy, actually you are talking about the many groups that you need to entertain in the political setting. Okay, because we need the various parties that need to agree on certain things. That is my comment on that, Prof. Muniati.
Thank you, Prof.
Yeah.
Okay, second question, to Pak Raditya about tourism, Islamic heritage, and also the Maqashid.
Thank you. Actually, it based on previous research, Bu, and after our discussion, with several academics and also a scholar, we found that tourism has indirect connection with the Daruriyat. So it means that if we, for example, if we don't travel to another country or another area, the basic needs of human still can be fulfilled. So, but it has connection with the at least tahsiniyat, because we heard the story in first era of Islam. There are women and children playing daf, we call it rebana, in the wedding ceremony to entertain the people. So it is allowed, and in some condition it's also needed, but it's not the most essential needs of the human. So based on our discussion, at least it has the connection with the tahsiniyat. That's the conclusion of the FGD. I think that's my
Thank you,
answer,
Mr.
Pak.
Aditya. Okay, before I'm taking again question from the floor, one question to Mr. Tony from the Slido. The relation between the Islamic business growth and the fatwa from Islamic scholars. If it is too conservative, then how the growth will be in Indonesia? What do you think, Pak Tony?
Thank you, Pak. Yeah, to some extent, that is, I don't know, we need to follow the, what we call the fatwa from the country, and in this case, actually, the government is represented by the DSN. And yes, if we see the question is about the conservative. I think the conservative is to some extent is like relative. Yeah, we can be more conservative than others, but more tight than the other one. But for example, I think if we can compare with the Malaysia, I think yes, we can say that we are more conservative than the Malaysia. Some structure is already fatwa syari in Malaysia, but not Indonesia. We don't have a fatwa syari for some of the scheme, Sharia scheme. But to some extent, I think we need to, that's why the key point from my presentation is we need to more invest on the human capital first, so that we can have more thought about how we can support the financial for the Sharia within the ecosystem. And DSN, I think this is, from my point of view, is not more conservative or not, but this is the the decision from the government as the part of the government, that this is whatever it is the government say it will apply nationwide within Indonesia. So I think that too conservative for some structure, but can be more loose on the other structures, and we need to deal with that. That's why in Indonesia we always encourage the through line ministries, through the other bodies, to sit together to see what we really need from the to empower, to create more big the Sharia financial system, because we are not talking about the structure as well, but we need to have the fatwa from the DSN to make sure that this in Indonesia is Syari, and it will also make people who very concerned about the Sharia is willing to join as well as a part of the distribute the welfare to the others, And I think so far the DSN is doing a good job for us to manage how to give the certificate for the Sharia to all the instruments that we have. And also I do think that they're pretty progressive as well to some extent to other structure because we need to note that Indonesia is the first one as well for the like a creative sukuk instrument because we have like a cash Waqf link sukuk as well. This is the first one, and that it's supported by the DSN as well. How the Waqf is not only within the nature of the goods, but can be in form of the money. So I think to some extent we need to like we just need to optimize what we have, the source we have, the institution we have, but we need to like enhance the collaboration and also the human capital from our Indonesia to make sure that like more people think about how we can create a bigger Sharia financial ecosystem within this conventional financial system. I think that's it.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Tony. So the fatwa is listened by the government as a responsibility, and the growth can parallel, ya, Pak Tony, ya, with the issuing of the fatwa. Okay, I will open again. Yeah, question from the floors. One from Dr. Tukan, and also from behind. Yeah, please, at the back. Mike.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Sepki Mardian from the SEBI School of Islamic Economics in Depok. Actually, my question addressed to Prof. Ghaffar. Prof. Ghaffar explained more about the Islamic register revenue, and I think in academic we know the one theory about the compliance behavior of the payer. Yeah, we know that slippery slope framework. There are three principles that related that compliance, power, and trust. Gitu. If the society have the lack of the trust, it's implied to the lack of the compliance. But if the regulator or authority address the more power, it will imply to the just formal compliance. I think also in gas in tax and also in Islamic register revenue, I think. So my question is, how do we harmonize this three principles until the Islamic register revenue could be a main source of the nation state, not state of revenue, I think. It is, I asked my Prof. Ghaffar respond for my question about this theory. And the second one is for Pak Tony. Pak Tony says about also the revenue of the state. I think we face the challenge in developing in the every district and province. I mean, we face the challenge about the financing. I know the regulator and also the state have introduced the municipal bond or municipal sukuk. I want to ask Pak Tony how is the development of the municipal bond or municipal sukuk now for the instrument of the developing in the every district in Indonesia. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Adian. Maybe Prof. Ghaffar can respond first. The question about how to balance between compliance, power, and trust in the government.
Okay, compliance, trust, power, and three. Trust, compliance, and power. Okay. As I mentioned in my presentation, not only I mentioned in the presentation, but what have been practiced, right? We have the constitution, we have the bylaw. Okay. The constitution of the country, the federal constitution, clearly mentioned that it is given to you. This is the power given to you to collect Islamic religious revenue. Okay. And also it is mentioned in the enactment also by law, also mentioned that it is given to you. Okay, power given by the country, or power given to the country, or power given to the province or to the state. Okay, and based on my study, which I believe that it is valid, still valid, that the institution, this institution, the Baitulmal institution is among the trusted institution. Meaning that we trust you because of what? Because we have been given you the power, and also we have been given the task to collect and also to distribute. Okay. So this is among the very trusted institution in Malaysia. Okay. But on the other hand, the compliant from where you can look at from the compliant from the institutional perspective, or it can be compliant from the payer's perspective or the recipient, right? Because we are looking at the behavior, right? The behavior of the people who manage the institution, and also the behavior of the payers, for example, the zakat payers, also the zakat recipient, or the Waqf payers and Waqf recipient. Okay, although it is a mandatory or it is a voluntary, they comply their payment voluntarily, or you comply mandatorily, but still sometimes we don't pay. Okay, of course, this is I believe that more work needs to be done on that, because, for example, in the Quran mentioned that the salah is mentioned together with zakat, right? But people perform the salah, but they don't pay zakat, or maybe they don't pay zakat. That is okay. They don't pay zakat. They pay zakat, but they don't pay perform salah. So something or more works need to be done on the awareness and also dakwah on this perspective, to encourage more or to ask more people to pay the zakat as a mandatory action. Okay. So from there, I believe that these three elements are very considered as the main principle. Okay, when you are dealing with the Islamic religious revenue, where the trusted institution who collect and also distribute, and also the stakeholders that involved in the case of this compliant, and also the power. The power has been given, but only that the issue is on the trust and also the compliant. But I believe that less compliant are reported in this perspective, okay, or in dealing with the Islamic religious revenue in some of the studies that I've done in Malaysia. Thank you, Dr. Bayu. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Then Pak Tony, about the development of municipal sukuk, yeah, in Indonesia, the growth maybe.
Yeah, thank you, Pak. Yeah, for municipal sukuk actually is still ongoing, Pak. We have a kind of the piloting on East Java, yeah, and still going. That is one of our effort as well, I think, from the government to create a more bigger ecosystem for the Syariah financial system through the we endorse for the municipal sukuk as well. But what is the challenges is like unlike the state budget, yeah, Pak, the regional budget is facing not only about this the expertise of the people to to carry out the sukuk management itself, but even before the sukuk is municipal sukuk is in place, actually we face the risk from the political risk, because and the willingness of the from the representative of the people there, and then the governor, because they only 5 years, and then with the limited budget allocation within the municipal, it's gonna be like a challenge for us. So we're still thinking about how we can come up with that issue, because again, when the municipal is trying to issue the bond, they have to like get the endorsement from the DPR, and then also it will struggle as well with the how sustain the capacity of the regional within the long run to pay the like whatever it is the coupon for the sukuk and the ujro, and also this is still like people not willing to try something new. That's why, especially now is the election is nearby, so people tend to just stay low, wait for the new government, the regional one, the new government to elect it. Then it's up to the new leader. But yes, and also Kemenkeu economic, we have kind of team up to support the like structuring the region municipal sukuk, and then we also have like a sharing session to develop the expertise of the our friend from the regional office as well, how to manage and the portfolio, how to manage the risk from the issuing bond, and we still moving forward, and that is our part of as the government, as part of the our duty to like looking for the new instrument, new like opportunity to enhance the Sharia financial system. Not mentioned, but actually we have there is a regulation as well that we can online from the sukuk issuance to the municipal as well, to the SOE, but it's not executed yet because we need to coordinate with our fellow from the DG budget. And yes, we still always trying to find new ways to create the bigger, the more strong Sharia financial system. And again, we emphasize that I think we can start with the human capital first before we talk about the infrastructure, and the whole ecosystem. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Tony. Then question from Dr. Tukan, yes, please.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First of all, thanks for the organizer giving us the opportunity to be here, and also thanks for all the presenter, mashallah, the insightful discussion and the perspective to deep into the issues, mashallah. Really eye-opening session for me. And I have one question for each of you. Of course, you discuss in very in different aspects and in much more deeper perspective, but my question is a little bit simple. So first benefit myself and at the same time benefit the audience. First, Professor Ghaffar Ismail. Assalamu alaikum, my professor.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
How do you see the optimization of Islamic financial instruments such as zakat or sukuk contributing to the sustainable public revenue system in modern economies, especially in balancing between physical needs and Maqashid Shariah principles between these two? My second question to Pak Tony Prianto. Okay. Given the constraint of Sharia compliant financing, what innovative strategies can government adapt to manage budget deficit while ensuring that the financing mechanism aligns with the principle of Islamic finance? Of course, we have discussed in your presentation here and there, but I would like to have a more comprehensive, systematic approach to educate us on this. And number three, to Pak Radiata Hendra Pratama. Okay. In the context of Maqashid Shariah, how should the government prioritize their expenditure to ensure that public spending promotes inclusivity, productivity, and sustainability, particularly in developing countries, or like Indonesia per se, if I see. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tukan. So maybe short answer from Prof. Gafar, Pak Tony, and maybe Pak Raditya. First about optimization of Islamic social finance to public, Prof.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Bayu, and of course, thank you very much to Dr. Turhan for asking that question, very difficult question for me. Dr. Turhan, see you again. I've been away from the IDB for many years. This is the first time I have the opportunity to discuss with you. The question on to optimize the zakat, I think we need to look at from the different perspective, right? Their physical need and also our internal need. I mean the inner side of our body, right? Our soul. Okay. Because if we look at the how can we optimize that? Optimize our physical development, and not only development, that also the human development. So from that perspective, I think we need to look into that. Because the motive of paying zakat is actually to purify your soul, right? Not only to purify your soul, but also to purify your wealth. Okay, so from that perspective, I think that the motive is to purify your internal or the inner side of your or the soul, and also to provide the physical need, because we need the money for our well-being and for our prosperity. And also we need money to provide to the poor, to the miskin, and also the other asnaf. Okay, and how to optimize that? I believe that it can be optimized. We need to balance that. Okay, the balance the physical need and also our internal inner side needs. Okay, that is very important. These tools in managing the economy, not only managing the economy but also managing the human as well. That's my quick response on that.
Yeah.
My short response.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Prof. Gafar. So the next question is to Pak Tony and maybe Pak Raditya. What is the innovative structure from the government, especially on how managing budget deficit related to Islamic finance?
Ya Pak, given the notice from the moderator to short answer Pak. So actually, yeah Pak, we try to always invent the new structure, the new instrument for the Sharia budget deficit. But actually, the more what we previously said about in the future, I think we can not only like passively support given deficit, but we can moving forward to like support within the budget from the lower the expenditure through the hybrid financing Pak. So the small portion from the budget will be tapped into the structure for the hybrid financing with the private sector, so that the within the budget the expenditure will lower because we finance through the like a more creative elaborate with the private sector as well. So it will lessen the burden for the budget expenditure and at the end, it's going to be lower the budget deficit as well. I think that is the future, but meanwhile, we still looking for how we can still encourage the Sharia from the distributions as well. Through we reckon that the retail side now is growing for the Sharia sukuk. And that's why we have sukuk retail, sukuk tabungan is now is stronger, and I think it's a good base as well, how we can collaborate inclusively between the Sharia and also how to finance the budget deficit, because it will encourage the distribution as well from the people who more to the poor people, and it's very, very good as well, because the financing is coming from the internally, domestically, not the overseas, so less risk as well. I think that's from me.
Thank you, Pak Tony. Maybe 1 minute response from Mr. Raditya.
Thank you. I believe that the main factor of state finance and Sharia financing is not creating profit, but to influence the behavior of the society. And when we discuss about the behavior, a model from Professor Fogg tells us that the behavior constructs from motivation, ability, and trigger. This last aspect, the triggers, can be used by the government to develop policy and regulation. And this policy and regulation has to earn the trust from the society, Pak. Let's say, for example, in the case of CWLS, Pak, case Waqf Link Suku. If the society trust the government that this instrument is in line with the Maqashid Shariah and complies with the Sharia principle, I strongly believe that they will support this instrument. If not, the IR will not step in. So how the government promotes is to influence the behavior with providing policy and regulation that earn the trust from the society. I think that's
Okay, thank you. Because unfortunately the time is up, Dr. Turkan. Thank you again to all of our 3 presenters. We give a big applause to all of them. And thank you for the active participation of all participants. And then I think before closing this session, I would like to give the opportunity to all panelists to deliver the closing statements, 1 minute closing statement, maybe starting from Mr. Raditya.
Thank you, Pak Bayu. I think together here is evidence that we are not moving alone, that this thing will keep us to keep moving forward in developing Sharia financing to contribute more to the state finance. And I do believe that we are in the line to do it. And so, inshallah, we could make it come true. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aditya. Then from Mr. Tony.
Thank you, Pak. Given that we are living in this, like a majority is a conventional financial system, this is a challenge for us to, like how we foster the and expediting to create more sustained and more strong Sharia financial system. And that the instrument that we have is our effort from the government to introduce the Sharia, to empower, to put the option for the Sharia investment to the others, and again to achieve the goal of the welfare and justice for the society. I think we can start from the how we can manage, how we can build the human capital in Indonesia to make sure that we have more expert, more awareness, and more empathy as well on how we can create and build the sustained Sharia financial system, and in order to create the infrastructure, the regulatory, to again in line with what government do, what the budget deficit in this context do, to create the welfare and justice for all the society. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Mr. Tony. Then finally from Prof. Abdul Ghaffar Ismail.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bayu. So what I'm trying to say in this, and also I mentioned in my paper, is about the Islamic religious revenue. This is another angle that the conventional views always believe that tax is the tools that can be used to finance the government budget. Okay, but we are looking from different angle where Islamic religious revenue can also be used as a sources of government revenues that can be used to for expenditure and also for other operating and also for development expenditure. And I believe that from the innovation that have been there lately, where the Islamic religious revenue can be matched together or can be embedded with the Islamic banking and also Islamic finance instrument, or instrument that been introduced in Islamic banking industry, where the Islamic religious revenue can be run or can be used or offer parallelly with the Islamic banking system. So you want to see that in the future, that the government should rely on the sources rather than to rely on the taxes or non-taxes at the revenue of the government.
Okay, thank you, Prof. So that is the final closing statement from all of our three presenters. The key takeaways I had note from this session is Islamic finance align government spending with Maqashid Shariah principles using suku, zakah, and waqf to promote justice, welfare, and sustainable development. And now is the time for us to promote Islamic public finance. Thank you, everyone. I conclude this panel with sincere thanks and gratitude to all of our presenters and participants who have actively participated in this session. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and I'm now giving back the MC of today's seminar.
Thank you, Mr. Bayu Arifianto and all the panelists. Before moving on to the next agenda, we'd like to invite you all to take a picture together.
Everyone's getting ready. On the count of three, is the camera ready? Yeah, ready. On the count of three, 2, 1. Once again, please stay.
Once again? Yes.
Once again.
Okay.
On the count of 3, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, thank you, panelists and chair. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the second panel session, it is time to take a break. You may have your lunch and Zuhur prayer. Lunch will be served in the designated dining area, which is located in front of this mezzanine hall. Please make your way there at your convenience.
The Zuhur prayer facilities are available in the room on the right side of this hall. And we kindly remind you to convene again in the conference hall by 1 p.m. Jakarta time, as the next session will begin promptly. Enjoy the break
and see you again. Okay.
Ladies.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are expecting of your presence in the mezzanine hall because at 1 p.m. Jakarta time we will start the next session soon. Jam 1. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we are expecting you to gather in the mezzanine hall because we will start the next agenda efficiently at 1 p.m. Jakarta time. Thank you very much.
Belum nyorot. Okay. Good afternoon and welcome back to the 8th Annual Islamic Finance Conference, Islamic Public Finance Role and Optimization, Exploring and Harnessing Potentials and Innovation in Islamic Public Finance Management for Economic Development. We hope everyone is ready to start the conference again.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue the conference with the second panel session, carrying the topic Showcase of Islamic Social Fund Development in Indonesia, Islamic Public Finance Revenue Management, utilizing Islamic social finance for productivity, inclusivity, sustainability, and resiliency with the experts.
We invite you to join the discussion by submitting your comments, thoughts, and questions using the link fiscal.id/AIFC. The panelists will then address them during the Q&A session. Please state your name, institution, and to whom the question is addressed, followed by your question. Participants who attend the session live in person are invited to ask the panelists questions directly in the discussion session, which the moderator will guide.
This session will be moderated by Mrs. Rahmatina Awaliyah Kasri, Director of the Center for Islamic Economics and Business, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Indonesia. Mrs. Rahmatina holds a PhD in Islamic Economics and Finance from Durham University, United Kingdom.
Now, we'd like to hand this session over to Mrs. Rahmatina Awaliyah Kasri to lead the discussion. Mrs. Rahmatina Awaliyah Kasri, you may have the floor.
Distinguished speakers and participants, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good afternoon to all of us and very good morning to those with a different time zone wherever you are in Indonesia and also abroad who are participating in this wonderful conference. My name is Rahmatina Awaliyah Kasri, and I am the director at the Center for Islamic Economics and Business, Universitas Indonesia. It is my honor to be your moderator for panel session 2 on Showcase of Islamic Social Fund Development in Indonesia, Islamic Public Finance Revenue Management, utilizing Islamic social finance for productivity, inclusivity, sustainability, and resilience. This session will focus on contemporary Islamic public finance revenue management in utilizing Islamic social finance, including the current framework, the strategies, product innovation and development, as well as the challenges and opportunities for governments. This session will also cover linkages between public finance, financial sectors, and real sectors in managing Islamic social finance instrument to support provision of public goods that could enhance productivity, inclusivity, sustainability, and resiliency of each panelist has 20 minutes for presentation, followed by a Q&A session at the end of this panel session. Offline participants could ask questions directly, while online participants could ask questions through the link shared in the chat room. When asking questions, please mention your name and inform to whom the question is directed. Alhamdulillah, in this session, we are very fortunate to have several prominent speakers with diverse background and rich experiences, ranging from policymakers, practitioners, academicians, and researchers. Our first speaker is Ibu Dwi Irianti Hadiningdiah, Director of Islamic Social Finance, National Islamic Economics and Finance Committee of Indonesia, or KNEKS. She finished her master's degree in economics from University of Delaware, USA, and previously she was the Director of Islamic Financing at the Directorate General of Budget Financing and Risk Management, Ministry of Finance. In this session, Ibu Dwi will share her knowledge on provision of public goods to the role of voluntary sector. Ibu Dwi, please come to the stage. Okay. Our second speaker is Mr. Muhammad Bahrin Bakri, He is the Chief Operating Officer of Waqf An-Nur Corporation, Berhad, Malaysia. He holds an accounting degree from University of Hull, United Kingdom, and has more than 30 years of experience in Islamic public finance. Now he is a member of Chartered Tax Institute of Malaysia. Mr. Muhammad Bakri will share his experience on financing, management, and development of Awqaf properties through Islamic finance products and innovation. Mr. Bakri will join us online in this occasion. And our third speaker, last but not least, is Bapak Reza Mustafa. He is the head of Islamic Banking Department, Financial Services Authority of Indonesia. He has a master degree of management in Islamic finance from University of Indonesia. He was a member of Islamic Financial Services Board, and he will share his ideas on how to utilize Indonesia's Islamic banking business capacity in developing Waqf instrument for productivity and social investment. Pak Reza, please come to the stage. Okay. Okay, Alhamdulillah, all our speakers are here. So without further ado, I'm giving the floor to our first speaker, Ibu Dwi Irianti. Bu Dwi, the floor is yours.
How long I have time?
Huh?
How long I have time?
20 minutes.
20 minutes. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, of course, to the committee of AIFC for having me here, Bu Yeni and others here. I think this is a great opportunity for me to share my thoughts, and hopefully I will give you insight. Here, of course, I represent for KNEKS, and frankly speaking, this is, I just joined in this institution 1 month ago. So just 1 month we joined, but I have experienced 34 years joined with Ministry of Finance, 16 years deal with legal aspect, and 18 years deal with sukuk negara or sovereign sukuk. So of course, I involved in developing sovereign sukuk from the very beginning, and Alhamdulillah for now, the sukuk negara already issued about 2,800 trillion IDR, or equivalent about 180 billion US dollar. And also for sukuk already have many innovations, Alhamdulillah. We have retail green sukuk, and we offer an online, so people can buy through online. And Alhamdulillah, since 2009, we issue in retail sukuk. Now we have investors almost 1 million, 1 million investor. And also we develop for project financing sukuk, we develop for green sukuk, retail sukuk, and the latest innovation is cash wakaf link sukuk, where cash wakaf link sukuk now already got about 3,000 investor or new waqif for cash wakaf. I think this institution, I mean KNKS, now in this institution, I have to deal more deeply about zakat, waqf, and then any other social Islamic fund. I have to do myself, right? No, it's okay. Yeah. When we talk about Waqf, from concept to historical role, I think the concept of Waqf refers to an Islamic charitable endowment where assets and dedicated to serving the public or community's welfare for perpetuity. The essence of Waqf lies in making a donation where the original asset remains intact, while the generated benefits are used for charitable purpose. When we see Waqf in a significant history, we can see here for education, I think all of us aware about that. Funding, it utilized for funding scholars, students, libraries, and also university, for example, Al-Azhar University in Cairo. And I think that one is from a very popular university. And in Indonesia, we have also Muhammadiyah. Muhammadiyah also have many university in many cities, and then also for schools. For healthcare, Waqf's model also funded the salaries of doctors and maintenance of healthcare facilities, including building a hospital. And in Indonesia also we have many Waqf hospital and also support by zakat. So like blended financing between Waqf and also zakat. And public infrastructure, Waqf contribute to building roads, bridges, and water wells, and any others infrastructure. And in social welfare, Waqf asset used for to help people in shelter to underprivileged. And we can see from the right data here, utilization of land Waqf in Indonesia grows about 6% number of Waqf lands in 2030 to 2024. And in Indonesia, I think the same thing in other countries. When we talk about Waqf, we recognized as asset Waqf, like we use for mosque, and then for school or madrasah, and also for grave. But for cash Waqf, I think up to now people still don't aware. Even though we already have many instrument for Waqf, cash Waqf, but they still need to socialize for this cash Waqf. Here I would like to highlight development in Indonesia, Islamic economic and financial sector. I think we have many achievements in global. We can see from 2030 to 2024, Indonesia made several achievements in the Sharia economic and financial sector. We got the first place in GMTI, and also in 2030 we win in the first winner for ISDB. I think ISDB prize. We not only got the first winner, but also we got a prize about $100,000 US. It's a good thing because this one encourages us to do more and encourages people to more aware for the cash Waqf, that there is a tool, there is an instrument that already approved and recognized globally. And this one in the first in Indonesia. And Alhamdulillah, we put that money to BWI, BWI, to do work as well. And then we have agreement like what we call it just agreement to BWI to put that money to cash Waqf Link Suku. So we trying to have a ecosystem to build the ecosystem for this money, and then we ask and to use or utilize the benefit from cash Waqf Link Suku from this price to help people or maybe like pondok pesantren to give like what is farm or to buy any others or to support the students who recognize Al-Quran or Hafiz Quran. And then we also got the third biggest shareholders from ISDB, and the third global Islamic economy indicator for GEAI from Dinar's stand. And then we got third Islamic finance development indicator from IFDI in 2023. Also, we got a global Islamic finance report from GIFR in 2023 as a third place. And then the last one, we got a third place for global Islamic fintech report in 2023. For the domestic one, we got many achievements here. I can name it from the first box. We have the contribution of Sharia business and Sharia financing to gross domestic product also reached an impressive figure, namely 46.7% or around 9.7 trillion IDR. And the second, halal certification increased every year with the number issued up to 31st August 2024, data for that time, amounting to 1.9, growing 43% from 2023. And the third one, the export value of Indonesia halal product was recorded 37 million US dollar in 2019, jumping into 50 million US dollar in 2030, or increase about 10.9% within 5 years. And the fourth picture, the value of Sharia financial asset has increased significantly from 1,800 trillion IDR in 2020, which as June 2024 already got 2.7 trillion IDR, or growth about 12.48 year on year. In picture number 5, in the Sharia social finance sector, it was recorded that the accumulation of cash Waqf in 2020 only reached 0.8, but you can see it jumps into 2.89 trillion in 2024. And the last picture, it shows that KNKS formed Sharia Economic and Financial Regional Committees in each province and has been reached in 31 provinces. This why the government or KNKS want to have KDEKS, this is in the province area, because we want to encourage people through all area in Indonesia, hopefully will give support or contribution more in economics in province. The next about a Waqf contribution in comparison to a government-funded initiative, where we have typically broader in scope and scale, while Waqf is able to address 5 ways, actually 4 ways in creating a holistic approach to social welfare and development through sustainable and perpetuity. We can see that Waqf-based educational institutions such as certain Islamic boarding schools, also for, I cannot see here, dedicates or even continues without government financial aid. It means that actually Waqf from many centuries so that Waqf can help people without have help from the government. We can do many things. Even in Indonesia, we can see all Muhammadiyah has helped in education, healthcare, and many social programs by using or utilize a Waqf through Waqf land and also from cash Waqf. And the second, community centric and flexible. We have Waqf for water. Many Waqf lands are dedicated to community specific projects like water wheels, small clinics, and local mosques, and many other products. And to promote philanthropy and social responsibility, as I mentioned before, government already introduced cash Waqf link suko, and now is in years of fifth years now, and followed by cash Waqf link deposit. And also for complementary role to government, we can see, for example, Hospital Ahmad Wardi, that one is Waqf hospital. They have a center, retina center, hospital of eyes. And also Ahmad Wardi, the pilot project who use the benefit of cash Waqf link suko and help people, more than 2,500 people got free surgery for cataract. And I just want to show you innovation and strategies in aligning Waqf initiative. We can have crowdfunding and mobile applications. Here it's crowdfunding and mobile application can broaden the reach and boost community participation in Waqf programs. And also we can use innovation in data integration and analytic. I think with the data, we can see many potential for Waqf lands that idles Waqf land, and we can see the potential of cash Waqf, and then we can do business matching. And then socialization and education, of course, we need to do together, so can ask and can get people to aware more for cash Waqf. And then we do collaboration and synergy. That one is very important to make Waqf productive, and use of blockchain technology to also get more fund or fundraising to make Waqf productive. Here, temporary cash Waqf innovation, I think I already mentioned before. I can skip it. And this one, as I mentioned, that we already got recognized from ISDB globally that cash Waqf link suko is proven that this instrument can be utilized and can be sustainable to finance. This instrument can be utilized to give funding for idle land. So make the idle land become productive. This one showcase for how we can manage the Waqf, do integrations, as I mentioned about Waqf in Ahmad Wardi Hospital. This integration we can see here, Waqif is people or investor, they can do Waqf only 1 million IDR, or I think is equal for 65 US dollar. They can invest for 2 years, and then the benefit of cash Waqf link suku will go through the hospital and help people there. And also how they can make generate other project by using the benefit of cash Waqf link suku that they receive monthly, they can use to get money from the bank, and then the benefit monthly can paid to the bank, and they can buy the tools or the surgery tools or machine that I think the price is not cheap, but it's very costly, and they can buy and they do with the banks, Shariah bank in this case. And the second beneficial of retail Waqf, we also do with many Nazir here. You can read it here, and they support for the social programs. All the Nazir appointed by Islamic Bank. And I think I have two last slides, Bu, one more time, 1 minute, I think. We have a problem in the development of productive Waqf. We see 99.9% of the 400,000 Waqf lands are still unproductive. We also have business competence. The competence in developing a business is still low. Waqf funding is difficult to obtain and still unattractive, and collaboration among Nazir is still limited and uncoordinated. And I just give one solution here. This one actually from BWI. Why that BWI and BI already have one apps, which is which called One Waqf Indonesia atau Satu Waqf Indonesia. They can give a business matching and social commercial funding combination. These apps or this system just try to match between the demand where the Nazir who manage the idle land, they don't have fund to build or to make productive the idle land, and there are also many funding from many company. Maybe they can go together in this apps. They join together and they can see if the companies see the prospect of the idle land, they can go to the Nazir and then they can discuss to make a new program. For example, now there are many in pipeline programs to build apartment, rusunawa, to provide land, to provide a new building in the idle land. I think that's all from mine. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let's give applause to Ibu Dwi. Thank you very much, Bu Dwi, for the very insightful presentation, having developed Sukuk for almost 20 years, Bu, ya? Masya Allah. So I can take some important notes from Bu Dwi presentation. She discussed about development of Waqf from concept to historical role, and then highlight some development in Indonesia Islamic finance, including the remarkable growth of Waqf, more than 212%. There are some initiatives and strategies in aligning Waqf initiatives, such as crowdfunding and mobile application. However, there are still some problems in the development of productive Waqf, such as business competence, Waqf funding, and collaboration among Nazirs. Okay, that's some key points from Ibu Dwi Irianti's presentation. And for the next topic, I would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Bahrin bin Bakri to share his ideas, to give his presentation for our participants here and also online. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, can you hear me, Pak Muhammad Bahrin?
Yes, of course.
Okay, Alhamdulillah. Okay, so we have around 500 participants online and here about 100%, and we are very interested to hear your ideas and presentation. So the time is yours, Pak Muhammad Bahrin. You have 20 minutes for presentation.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Rahmawati.
Thank you.
As a moderator, my fellow panelists, Ibu Dwi Rianti and Bapak Reza Mustafa. My name is Muhammad Bahrin bin Bakri. I'm a Chief Operating Officer Waqf Anur Corporation Berhad. Okay, can we have a slide, please? So actually, I'm joined the Waqf Anur since 2018, so around 6 years in Waqf Anur. Okay, I believe the organizer can share the slide, please. Okay, first of all, I would like to thanks to the organizer for this conference, annual Islamic Finance Conference. I think just now I heard a presentation from Ibu Wirianti, very fruitful discussion and very insightful information. So I'm just sharing from the perspective of a what do you call it, practitioner. Actually, next slide, please, in terms of background. Okay, next, please. Okay, Waqf Anur is actually established in 2000, so almost 25 years. So next year is actually our 25th anniversary, inshallah. And what do you call it? Waqf Anur actually is a company limited by guarantee. We don't have any shares and was initiated the establishment by Johor Corporation. Johor Corporation is one of the GLC, state GLC in Johor. And Waqf Anur is actually was appointed as a special Nazir or Nazir Khas or Mutawali from Majlis Agama Islam Negeri Johor. So inshallah, what do you call it? Our mission is to be a pioneer in Waqf corporate. Next, please. This is our vision and mission. So our key expertise is actually in financial investment and trading, property development and management, gold and arahnu management, hemodialysis and clinic services, chain of Anur Mosque, and various socio-economic developments. So what I can say, number 1 till number 3 is actually I'm managing our Waqf assets, but 4 until number 6 is considered what they call it, managing the manfaat Waqf or beneficiaries, because the agihan or the distribution to the ummah. Next, please. This is our organizational structure. Our organizational structure like a listed company. We have a tender committee, Shariah committee, audit committee, investment committee, and of course, the highest one is actually a board of the director committee. So our governance, actually, we blended with Maqashid Shariah. Our governance based on transparency, accountability, integrity, fairness, risk management, stakeholder engagement, and also compliance. So when we blend with Maqashid Shariah, Alhamdulillah, make it what do you call it, Waqf Arun, more stronger and more what do you call it, lebih dipercayai, insyaAllah. Next. This is our framework based on the Maqashid Shariah. Of course, the main role is actually to develop Waqf asset. So in this case, we call it how to suburkan the Waqf assets. And then after that, the return from this investment, actually, of course, we have a return, and part of the return we need to distribute to the Ummah. In terms of hujjah Waqf, 50% we need to reinvest, and then the balance we need to distribute to the Ummah. This is analogy something like dividend policy. 50% we need to reinvest, 50% we need to distribute to the Ummah. Okay, next please. Our total assets, actually we start active in 2006. At that time, what do you call it, we managed initial Waqf fund about 115 million ringgit Malaysia. But Alhamdulillah, I think in the slide showing until April 2024, but till last month, I think the figure, I think still same, about around 1.2 billion ringgit, around 300 US dollar, or maybe about 3.8 trillion IDR. So our focus investment is actually in equities in Bursa Malaysia. Number 2, investment in coal. Number 3, investment in Iran, in real estate trust, and then the last one in property management. Okay, so what do you call it? Talking about the Ummah development, Alhamdulillah, I think we almost more than 100 million we distribute to the Ummah, and over 2.5 million beneficiaries. So our what do you call it, category of Ummah development or distribution to the Ummah is actually in the form of socio-economy, healthcare, religious, welfare, and the last one is actually religion council, referring to the Nazir Am, which is Majlis Agama Islam Negeri Johor. So in this case, actually we are also raise the crowdfunding. So the bottom I can show here is actually manfaat Waqf representing 72%, about 75 million ringgit Malaysia. And then in terms of crowdfunding, about 19 million. And then the 8% we are managing the Wakalah Zakat, about 8 million. This integration or combination of fund from the manfaat Waqf, crowdfunding, and zakats is actually more than 100 million we distribute to the Ummah. So I like to focusing on the healthcare as example for Ummah development. Next, please. So I think we have about more than 20 clinic in the form of mobile clinic and Waqf clinic, and also we have a dialysis center. So I think the numbers of patients more than 2.1 million, which is the beauty of this product as a agihan manfaat or diffusion of manfaat Waqf. We only charge a minimum about 130 ringgit Malaysia, which is I think the market rate around 200. And then for the clinic treatment, we charge only 10 ringgit compared to the actual or market rate around 60 ringgit. So meaning to say here, the different actually has been top up or covered by manfaat wakaf. This is one of the example how we managing the so-called manfaat wakaf. Okay, next please. All right, the Waqf project. Talking about project because our topic here is actually more financing and development of Waqf properties through Islamic finance product and innovation. This is one of our innovation whereby we issue IPO or we call it WIPO, the Waqf initial public offering. I mean, this is the process something like listed company. We issue the shares and then offer to the public, but the subscriber they renounce saying that the shares that they supposed to receive the Waqf to Waqaf Anur. So actually in this case our project for Terminal Lakin Terminal Lakin is actually Southern Gateway and the largest public transport terminal in Johor. Okay, next please. So sometimes when we try to issue this program, the what they call it, the public perception, normally wakaf is only for pondok or tahfiz or masjid or surah and etc. But in this case, we issue the wakaf shares, but for the development of terminal bus. So Alhamdulillah, what they call it, we run this program about 2 years, and Alhamdulillah, almost 8 million subscribed by the external party. So in this case, actually, we need to issue the prospectus, everything we need to spell out in the prospectus. What I call it, in terms of price, actually about, if I'm not mistaken, about 10 cents per share. Okay, next, please. This is a structure or illustration how we issue the Waqf Saham Lakin Central. So actually, as number one is issue shares to the subscriber, and then the number two having Hujah Waqf to undertaken by Waqf Anur and issue shares to be issued by Waqf Anur. So number three, actually, when what they call it, technically, Lakin is going to receive the money and Waqf Anur is going to receive the shares. Okay, so, but when Lakin receive the shares, of course, based on business process, they will issue the dividend. So this dividend is actually we give to the Waqf Anur as holding company. But then in the Hujah clearly stated that 10% from the dividend we give to the Nazir Am, and then the 90% of dividend is actually we going to give back to the Lakin Central for charitable, for manfaat wakaf, or to distribute to the ummah. Next, please. I think thanks a lot to of course, our Nazir Am, Majlis Agama Islam Negeri Johor, and also Minister of Finance Malaysia, and also the SC or Security Commission Malaysia. I think Security Commission is something like OJK, right? Something like Otoritas Jasa Kewangan. I think the role and function is similar. So we get a full support from this three entity. Next, please. So actually, our project number 2 is to develop the senior citizen Islamic education center. This is something like for pondok modern for senior citizen, but the condition must be healthy. Okay, so it's about 5.5 acres in Pasir Gudang, Johor. So we have a so-called lecture hall, cottage, homestay, and cafe. So our target we have investment about 10 million ringgit Malaysia. Next, please. So the source of fund actually profit from the Waqf commercial activities. Like I said just now, the Hujah Waqf 50% or from the return must be reinvest. When we're talking about to reinvest, we can use that fund for fund this project for, I mean, senior citizens. So I think the 45% from the profit, sorry, up to 45% from the profit just now, we're going to fund this project, and then the balance actually we will what do you call it, offer to the public for cash wakaf. Okay, this or cash wakaf actually we divide into two. Either they can wakaf based on one lot or one unit. One lot about 50 ringgit Malaysia, and then if they want to subscribe for one unit cottage, is about 70,000 ringgit Malaysia. Next, please. And this the illustration. The space of around 350 square feet. So it's something like we call it pondok modern here lah. Okay. Next. This is the illustration. Next. So I think this is the two project we initiate, but I also want to share here actually under Waqf initiative, whereby since we got Waqf partners is actually company limited by guarantee, we don't have any shares based on membership. So actually any membership fee paid by members is going to treat as a Ain Waqf. So, and then number two is actually Hibah Lil Waqaf. We try to offer to the public who those don't want to be members but they want to give. We going to offer the Hibah Lil Waqaf. Okay, we call it Hibah Lil Waqaf because we have a legal issue here because only Majlis Agama Islam Negeri Johor is allowed to accept the wakaf cash, but then the rest of entity is actually is not allowed. However, we structured it by different way through Hibah Lil Waqaf. Okay, number three, actually we collaborate with a fund manager to issue the trust fund. So this beauty of this trust fund, the 30% from the dividend is going to Waqf Anur, and then the 30% this product actually has been covered, but sorry, this product has been covered by Takaful, and upon death, actually the 30% in Takaful coverage is also going to Waqf, and then 10% from the fund manager fee. This fund manager willing to Waqf Anur also. And then number four is actually this the digital gold. Any transaction for digital gold is actually up to 4 ringgit is going to Waqf Anur. So I think next slide, please. Maybe this is my last slide. Okay, so this is the only thing that I can share here because of limited time. But I believe this is a very what do you call it? Something can adopt at Indonesian, especially Indonesia have a lot of pesantren and pondok. So I just to share with other colleagues. So I think this all from my side, Ibu Ramayati. So I pass back to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Bahrin. Let's give applause to Mr. Bahrin. Yeah, thank you once again for sharing us with your experience on managing and developing Waqf properties in Malaysia. Some important points that I know that the Waqf An-Nur Corporation has a good organization structure and corporate governance. And it has provided benefits to over 2.5 million beneficiaries, primarily for healthcare beneficiaries, about 2.1 million, and then socioeconomic, religious, and welfare projects. There are also some interesting projects funded by Waqf, including Waqf Saham in Larkin Central, and then Waqf Shares, and then Senior Citizen Islamic Education Center, and some other initiatives including Hibah Lil Waqaf and An-Nur Gold Digital Gold. And importantly, there are at least 3 important government institutions involved that provided support, including the Financial Services Authority, Ministry of Finance, and Suruhanjaya Security. I think it would be very interesting for Indonesia, to be learned. Okay. Now we move on to the next presenter, and I would like to welcome Bapak Reza Mustafa to give his presentations about utilizing Indonesia's Islamic banking business capacity in developing Waqf instrument for productivity and social investment. Pak Reza, the time is yours.
Thank you so much, Ibu Dr. Ramatina, honorable speakers, Ibu Dwi Irianti from KNKS, honorable speaker also Encik Muhammad Bahrin from Malaysia, I believe from Waqf An-Nur. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa mawala. First of all, I would like to send an appreciation from the organizing committee for this kind of invitation to OJK to share our thoughts and our insight regarding utilizing Indonesia's Islamic banking business capacity in developing Waqf instrument for productivity and social investment. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. I forgot that I have my own pointer here. Okay. So, first of all, I would like to emphasize more, like Bu Dwi mentioned earlier, because our position in global, it's quite, acknowledged by the international. As we know that one of the indicators in the Islamic finance development indicators, Indonesia has ranked 3rd globally. Yeah, but we are also proud that Indonesia has a leading indicator. You can see here in the right-hand side of your screen that we are quite advanced in terms of education and research, which is knowledge. Yeah? So I think we should be grateful that we have a quite good achievement in terms of knowledge. But we still have some challenges in terms of other indicators. For example, financial performance, governance, sustainability, as well as awareness. And I believe this event is quite helpful for us because in terms of awareness, the indicators that is assessed by the, especially in the definitive, in the IFDI, they recognize the international conference as well as the publication or news should be more, developed in Indonesia. So we can gain our rank maybe in the future so that hopefully we can move to rank 2nd maybe. Yeah. Okay, next slide. So this is just an overview of the Islamic banking performance in Indonesia. Alhamdulillah, currently we have our asset around 895 trillion rupiah with a market share of 7.3%. And we have also maintained our capital adequacy as well as the non-performing financings. And we are also glad that we have a quite good return on asset. Okay, we just move to the next slide. Now, this one is very important. We'd like to inform you that last year we have launched our new roadmap for the development and strengthening of Indonesia Islamic banking for the period of 2023 to 2027. So in this roadmap, we reintroduce again our concept of transformation, Islamic banking transformation. We have introduced this earlier in 2020 during COVID era, but now we reintroduce again with this same concept, but with more deep policy direction. So if you see here in this slide, we are focusing on 2 main dimensions. If you see in the left-hand side of the screen, if you see the vertical axis, we have resilience and competitiveness, and the horizontal axis, we have socio-economic impact. So in developing Islamic banking going forward, we have to have this kind of attention within these two dimensions, competitiveness and then socio-economic impact. Okay, in terms of competitiveness, I'd like to emphasize among of those indicators or policy direction, I'd like to address the Islamic banking product service and differentiation. So I think this one is pretty much important for us to go forward to compete with the maybe the conventional counterpart also, yeah. So that in the future we have a product that is differentiation, that has a differentiation, and also the service also has a differentiation. In the second dimension, socio-economic impact, our policy direction is also clear. Yeah? We want to have more synergy in the Islamic economic ecosystem, and then we want to optimize the Islamic social finance or Islamic social fund to increase Islamic financial inclusion, yeah? As well as to optimize Islamic finance in terms of supporting sustainable finance. So this is the concept of Islamic banking transformation. You can see that currently, maybe we can assess ourselves. Yeah? Islamic banking can be positioned in the very top left of the area, yeah, from this dimension. Sorry, in the bottom left, yeah, in the bottom left of this matrix. Yeah, we are not too much in a good competition, and then we also have lack on the socio-economic impact. So what we are going to do in the future, we want to go to have a Islamic banking transformation into the top right-hand side of the matrix. So the strong competitiveness and then also high socio-economic impact. So what we are aiming from this transformation concept is that we want to have a strong characteristic of Islamic banking. You can see in the right-hand side of the screen. There are three main characteristics that we want to create here. Yeah? The first one is the business rationale. In terms of the business rationale, we want to have an Islamic banking that has a product uniqueness and a differentiation, so that we can always innovate products and services that cannot be imitated by the conventional counterpart. Yeah? So it becomes our unique value proposition. And then we want to have a good Sharia governance, and also Islamic banking. We want to encourage Islamic banking as a catalyst, yeah, for the Islamic economic ecosystem. Yeah. The second characteristic is in terms of the customer approach. We want to have a unique customer experience, yeah, through a humanist approach, as well as the inclusivity of the Islamic bank to all groups or all segments or even all religions. Yeah. So this inclusivity is important for us to leverage in the future. And then the last one, last but not least, the social value. So we also encourage Islamic bank to always promote the social value of Islamic bank, not only the business one, but also the social one. Yeah. So we want to promote the social value through accountable optimization of the zakat infak waqf, yeah, instruments, and we want also to promote empowerment of MSMEs through assistance, maybe using the social finance, and we want to be a leader in the Islamic, in the implementation of the sustainable finance. So these are the three characteristics that we want to achieve in the next 5 years, in 2027, yeah, using this concept of the Islamic banking transformation. So in the next slide, okay, we can see here in the slides, to achieve this transformation concept, yeah, in the roadmap, we have stated our vision. The vision is to develop a sound, efficient, and competitive Islamic banking system that have the integrity and significantly contributes to the national economy for the well-being of society. So this vision is clear. We want to have a strong competitiveness from the business side, yeah, strong resiliency also, but we want also to emphasize the contribution to the economy as well as to the society. Yeah. So this is the vision of the Islamic banking development until 2027. Okay, to support this vision, we have 5 pillars, yeah. And these 5 pillars is a comprehensive pillars that covers the supply side, demand side, as well as the internal of the regulation and supervision. Yeah. In the supply side, so we want to have a strong industry by strengthening the structure of the Islamic banking industry, accelerating the digitalization of the Islamic banks, and the important one is to strengthen the characteristic of the Islamic banks. Yeah. In terms of the demand side, in the 4th pillar, we want to increase the contribution to the Islamic banking national economy, and for the regulation and the supervision, and also the market conduct, we have to strengthen our regulation, licensing, supervision in the Islamic bank. So among of these pillars, we have several strategies, and I believe our topic today is very much relevant to our strategies, especially in the highlighted below, in the pillar number 3 and number 4, we have a development of unique Islamic banking products, and it will also connected or related to the 4th pillar regarding increasing Islamic banking inclusivity, inclusion, and then to strengthen the role of Islamic bank in the Islamic economic ecosystem, and also to expand the role of Islamic bank in the MSME sector. Okay, so I think this topic is very relevant, and then I'd like to inform you with regard to our initiative to contribute to the society or to the social investment or socio-economic development. As also mentioned by Ibu Dwi earlier, that we have, so many potential in the Waqf, in the Waqf, cash Waqf especially. So maybe you also know that Islamic Bank has the privilege, has a mandate also to receive cash Waqf. That's why Islamic banks is registered, some of the Islamic banks are registered as LKSPWU, which is Islamic Financial Institution receiving cash Waqf. So we name it LKSPWU. There are 10 commercial banks, full-fledged bank, has been registered as LKSPWU, 15 Islamic windows also registered, and 25 Islamic Rural Bank or BPRS has also been registered as LKSPWU. And the number of the registration is growing quite fast, up until now, 2024. And according to Badan Wakaf Indonesia, as well as from KNEKS, there is a potential of 180 trillion rupiah of cash Waqf that we can receive each year, each year. But currently we can only gather around 2.2 trillion Indonesian rupiah. So only 1% of those potential has been captured by us. And also in terms of the Waqf land, most of the Waqf land has been utilized for the masjid and musola, or surau maybe in Malaysia. Also school, and around 9.3% using by others, or maybe from Bu Dwi slide, I saw that it is used for the productive, in economic purposes. Okay, so in the next slide, this is just a background that we can get the sense of the urgency of how we can emphasize or leverage more on the cash Waqf. So OJK has been introducing what's so-called cash Waqf link sukuk. It has been introduced since 2021. We conduct a study since 2021 up until 2020. You remember, Bu? You remember than me. No, this is cash Waqf link deposit, Bu. Link deposit from banking side. So from banking side, we have conducted the study since 2021. Okay, so what is cash Waqf link deposit? Cash Waqf link deposit is a temporary cash Waqf in form of time deposit in Islamic bank. So it shall have a specific Waqf program to be carried out by the Nazir for Mawquf Alaih. So the intention of this product is actually to promote a social intention, social values to the banking customers, especially for the potential Waqf, yeah, Waqf or donors, yeah. Yeah. So the features of this product is, if you see the right hand side of the screen, the amount of deposit is considered as the amount of Waqf fund, yeah, because normally the depositors come to the Islamic banks, open the deposit account in terms of commercial fund, because they are expecting the return from the deposits, right? So this one is different. You come to the bank, the Waqf come to the bank and invest the money for social purpose. I mean, they donate the money, yeah, they donate the money for Waqf with the minimum deposit of 1 million rupiah and the minimum period for 1 year. And this deposit can only be withdrawn according to Waqf term, yeah. So it cannot be, it cannot be broken in the middle of the term. And the profit generated from the deposit is to be transferred to the Nazir account, yeah, and intended for Maquf Alaih. So it has to be a specific project. For example, like Bu Dwi has mentioned about the Rumah Sakit Mata, right, Bu? So it can also be implemented in terms of cash Waqf link deposit. So this project can be established by, there is a cooperation between the Islamic Bank and the Nazir, yeah. Maybe BWI as a Nazir has certain project. It can be cooperated with the Islamic banks, and then the Islamic Bank can issue some kind of mini prospectus, yeah, with this some social project, and it can be gathered. So the Islamic Bank can invite potential Waqf, yeah, potential Waqf to donor their money in terms of Waqaf, and then this Waqf can get a certificate, yeah, a certificate of Waqaf for themselves, yeah. So they can claim that they have contributed in the Waqaf by just coming into Islamic Bank and open the deposit account. So they can have the money back during the period of the time deposit as a full amount, while the return of the time deposit can be used for the social purpose, yeah, for the social purpose. So another thing that is important, or maybe it can be more interesting, that actually Islamic Bank can also use the financing scheme for the social purpose, yeah. For example, if Nazir has a Waqf land and they want to build a commercial building to be rented maybe in the future, so they can build the commercial building using a financing scheme, commercial financing scheme from the Islamic Bank, for example, for 5 billion rupiah, yeah, 5 billion rupiah using a financing scheme from Islamic Bank, and then from the cash Waqf link deposit, yeah, like for example, we collect 2 billion rupiah from cash Waqf link deposit, and then from 2 billion rupiah, maybe around 10 million rupiah, yeah, 10 million rupiah collected from the return of the time deposit can also be the source of the payment of the 5 billion financing from the commercial. So the source of the payment is coming from the return of the time deposit. It's a guaranteed, yeah. So we can call it a closed loop financing here, yeah. So it can be beneficial for every parties of this scheme. Okay. So next slide. So these are the benefits and for the Waqf, for Nazir, and for the banks, yeah. So I think we can emphasize more on the Waqf side. For example, the Waqf program is according to the Waqf choice and emotional ties. So this is interesting because Waqf can come to the Islamic Bank and can choose their own programs that is available according to the cooperation between, or the synergy between the Nazir and the banks, yeah. And then the realization of the Waqf program can be seen directly or known by the Waqf, yeah. So the Waqf can monitor the project, how much they can give the return of the time deposit for the projects. Yeah, so it can be very benefit, and it can attract emotional values of the customers. Yeah. So in terms of Nazir, a lot of things can also be leveraged for Nazir. Yeah. It can be a source of income also for Nazir, yeah, because from this kind of arrangement they can gain income, because some of the return of the Waqf, I believe 10% of them can be recognized as their income. Yeah. Yeah. They can also optimizing their cash Waqf, their Waqf land. If they have the Waqf land, they can build something commercial. And last but not least, for the banks, yeah, it can be a source of liquidity. Yeah, because the maturity can be locked, because everyone cannot, the Waqf cannot just break the deposit in the middle of the term. Yeah, and then we can also maintain the asset quality, like I mentioned earlier. Because of the closed loop, the source of the payment is clear, so we can maintain asset quality, minimize the potential of non-performing financing, and we can gain the reputation that Islamic Bank can promote integrated commercial and social finance, and also we can attract financial inclusion using the social finance instruments. Okay, so this is the last slide. Yeah, Islamic banking will expand from being an alternative to the conventional banking that complies Sharia principles, or we can say it Sharia compliance banking, which is currently we have, yeah, to Islamic banking with unique business characteristics and offering a socio-economic impact based on Sharia principles. So this term, we call it a Sharia-based banking. So moving forward, we are aiming for from moving to Sharia compliance banking into a Sharia-based banking. Yeah. So using this kind of scheme, yeah, we can promote, yeah, from the traditional banking, like you can see in here, yeah, deposit, and then using the intermediary scheme, going to the financing for the bankable, but then using the social finance, yeah, we can integrate it in the Islamic banks to use it for the empowerment for the unbankable and MSMEs. Yeah. So by using the scheme, we can have a holistic financing scheme into all segments, for unbankable and for the bankable. So using this social finance scheme, we can also empower the unbankable MSMEs to leverage their business, so that moving forward, maybe in the future, they can be a potential customer for the commercial Islamic banks. Yeah, so hopefully in the future, we can also gain our market share by creating a new share. Yeah, not to compete our share with the conventional parts, but we can create our share by leveraging the unbankable MSMEs using the Islamic social finance. So with this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Pak Reza, for the interesting and informative presentation. I take some important notes. The first one is about the roadmap of Islamic banking development in Indonesia, which emphasize not only resilience and competitiveness, but also socio-economic impact and strong character of Islamic banking from the business rational, customer approach, and also social value. Pak Reza also informed us about the 5 pillars, if I can say so, of the roadmap for the development and strengthening of Indonesian Islamic banking. The role of Islamic banking and Waqf potentials, including the newly issued scheme, Cash Waqf Link Deposit, which has a very interesting characteristic that potentially enhance Islamic banking in Indonesia, so that it could transform, I quote your words, from Sharia compliance to Sharia-based financing. Okay, thank you very much once again, Pak Reza. Now we have reached the Q&A session, and I would like to open the floor for questions from our participants. I will start with the first three questions for the presenters. Any more questions can be posted on the Slido or asked on the next Q&A session. The committee will share the online questions on the screen. So I invite the participants, the offline participants, to ask questions. One question and two questions from this side. Any other questions? Okay, let's start with two questions first. Please mention your name, Pa, and also to whom the question is directed.
Okay, Assalamualaikum
Thank you.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
My name is
warahmatullahi.
Muhammad Bara, and I'm from the Fiscal Policy Agency.
We can't hear you, Pa. Can you
Okay.
be louder?
I'm from Fiscal Policy Agency. My name is Bara. Okay, my question is, I heard about the tax-free, 5 years tax-free, that mentioned by the representative from An-Nur in Malaysia.
An-Nur, okay, Waqf Corporation, okay.
Yep, I would like to know whether the tax incentive is only on the dividends only or the whole, basically, company, the entities. Now, the next question probably, do we have similar incentives from the government here in Indonesia?
Okay.
So for An-Nur, are there any other incentive or support given by the government to make An-Nur, accelerate their growth? I think that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak. So actually 3 questions here for the Pak Bahrin about the incentives and also asking about the incentive from the MOF, if any, and other incentives. Okay, thank you for the question. The next one is from the gentleman.
Okay.
Could you please stand up? Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity. I want to ask to Bu Dwi and also Pak Riza.
Okay.
Bu Dwi and Pak Riza, as we know, we are facing low participation of Muslim in Waqf. Out of total 238 million of Muslim in Indonesia, only about 6% participate in Waqf. I think, in my opinion, if the role of society can be increased, I think CWLS and also CWLD will have a greater impact on the economy. Perhaps Bu Dwi and also Pak Riza can update us the efforts that have been made to address this problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Eri, for the question. Okay, I think we will answer the offline questions first. Bu Dwi, Pak Reza and Pak Bahrin. So, yes, please. For Pak Bahrin and also from for the other, for all 3 presenters actually, about the incentive scheme provided by the government of Malaysia to the Waqf projects of An-Nur Corporation.
Thank you, Ibu Rahmatina. I think this project is based on the issue of Waqf, the issue of shares to the public. So when we translate into Waqf, so the government give the support in the form of tax exemption. Those who subscribe these shares, actually 10% is what they call it, the subscriber will enjoy 10% from the aggregate income. Of course, they have a so-called method or tax calculation, but when they subscribe this share, for example, about 10,000 ringgit Malaysia, so this 10,000 ringgit Malaysia is actually allowed to deduct from the tax computations. So by have this incentive is going to encourage public to subscribe these shares. Okay, in terms of a business incentive, is actually we run like a private sector. We don't have any so-called incentive for business, actually, because we run totally like a private sectors. So meaning to say, in terms of business incentive, we have not any so-called financial assistance or incentive from the government. So I hope it's answered the question in terms of tax exemption from the project of Waqf Saham Malaysia Central and in the form of business operation. So I think very clear, tax exemption only given to subscriber who those Waqf the shares. But in terms of the business operation, we don't have enjoy any tax incentive from the government.
Okay, thank you, Pak Muhammad Bahrin. I think the follow-up question should be to OJK. Yeah? Do we have tax exemption for Waqf shares, Waqf Saham? Do we have tax exemption scheme at the moment?
In terms of Waqf shares, actually it's not under our authority because I'm in Islamic banking.
Oh, okay.
I'm not really sure whether.
Market authority.
Yeah. Although if it has there or exemption, it has to be under the regulation from the Ministry of Finance, I think, right?
Ministry of Finance. So what about it? Would we?
Yeah, now I'm in KNEKS, so it's not under Ministry of Finance, but I think as I know that for Waqaf, as a Nazir, I think free of tax, but for the instrument itself, for example, cash Waqaf link suku and CWLD, I think the same thing. It's still subject to tax. Then we still struggling. Hopefully we can do together, Pak Reza, to get tax free for the cash Waqaf link suku. Why cash Waqaf link suku is still subject to tax? Because from the tax office, see the cash Waqaf link suku is the same as suku any other suku that issued by government. Because the investor as a Waqif directly buy the suku, not from the Nazir. But if the Nazir itself buy the suku, cash Waqaf link suku, they will not pay for the tax. So it's different regulations. For the Nazir, free for tax. So any Nazir who buy suku, any instrument of suku, because we have green suku, cash Waqaf link suku, or regular suku, we call it, then they don't need to pay the tax.
Okay, so the incentive still for Nazir only at the moment?
Yeah, for the Nazir only.
Okay. Pak Reza, you want to add?
Yeah, I just want to add, as Bu we mentioned, that CWLD, CWLD also subject to tax because we are still using the current time deposit scheme. Although the principal amount is coming from the cash Waqf, but the return is still considered as the commercial one, the same as the time deposit as a regular one. So it's still considered as subject to the tax. So that's why I think it is important for us together, and Ibu Dwi is currently in the KNEKS, especially in the Social Finance Directorate. So I think it's so relevant for us to have a synergy together to bring this issue to the KNEKS as well as to the maybe to the higher authority, so that hopefully in the future we can get this tax incentive for cash Waqf related products. Okay. Thank you.
So hopefully, something to be harmonized, because after all, this is the socio-economic impact that aimed by the roadmap, and should be some tools or incentive to achieve that. Okay, the next question from Pak Eri, directed to Bu Dwi and Pak Reza, before we move on to the online questions.
If not misunderstanding, I think the question is how to mobilize the people in Indonesia, as we have a big the biggest community, Islamic community in the world. I think there are many, that's my thoughts, yeah, personal thought about that. Government already create and introduce the cash wakaf link suku is a big movement, I think, in Indonesia, because with cash wakaf link suku, actually people can easily to do wakaf, and people trust and believe that a wakaf is a good thing. We can do amal jariyah for this case. So the problem now, I think, is not just people how to make the trust to the Nazir, but still many problems that need to be overcome. For example, socialize for the product itself. In Indonesia, as I know, people who already got socialized and they trying to know about cash wakaf link suku, and they know that suku wakaf is good, but they still want to know deeper about, is it okay we can wakaf with cash, or because people just believe wakaf is always an asset. And using of wakaf, they just believe that when we do wakaf, so should be permanent, not temporary. Even though the law of wakaf already mentioned and regulate that the cash wakaf is used in Indonesia, and also we also see in 2002 there is a fatwa from MUI that we can do wakaf, we get permission to do cash wakaf Indonesia, but there's still people not believe for that. So what should we do? I think we have hand in hands between the government should be give goodwill to us to facilitate how we can make, for example, more awareness to the people about this cash wakaf, and also we from university, I think people, professor, all professor, academici, they have to trying educate people, start from your students. No need to go outside of the university. You can do to the students, and we just propose one strategy that I think is good strategy. I already discussed with the Religions Affair, what Ministry of Religious. We talk about that I think we need strategy how to make people aware of that by having incubator wakafpreneur in the campus, to all campus. And I think we can synergize with the program that all Islamic campus already got financing from Suku. So they have to do how to help or how to promote cash wakaf link Suku that already give benefit to them. So not only if we do one by one, I think will not give a big impact. But if we do together, we can do more. So I think with KNEKS, we can, as a conductor, connecting the dots that many institutions, many stakeholders already done something with a wakaf, but we have to do together, and then we can make the dream come true. I think that's my opinion.
Thank you, Bu Dwi. Pak Reza?
Yeah. Thank you so much, Bu Dwi. It's just exactly the same what I wanted to also elaborate. So you have elaborated all comprehensively, actually. So I just want to add something. That's why in our Islamic banking roadmap, you can see that we also emphasize more on the what's so-called Islamic ecosystem, Islamic economy ecosystem. So it is very important for us because Indonesia that has a very large Muslim population, yeah. So their concern on the Islamic or the religiosity is very high. So it has been acknowledged that Indonesia has pesantren, so many Islamic schools, so many Islamic organizations, right? So it has to be brought together. They have to synergize together. So that's why we have a specific strategy in the roadmap, which is a strategy within the Islamic economic ecosystem, not only to deliver our, banking services for this Islamic economic ecosystem. We can do it in other sides, yeah. I mean, the synergy it can be doing together, like for example, in terms of literacy, yeah. So in terms of Islamic finance literacy, we can do it together among Islamic banks, as well as maybe Lembaga Amil Zakat, yeah, or Nazir can also promote Islamic finance. But vice versa, Islamic banks can also promote Islamic social finance, like what we are doing now in OJK. We are promoting cash Waqf, yeah, as part of our contribution to increase, yeah, the participation of the Waqf fund. Yeah, so we have concern regarding the Waqf because we concern about the Islamic economic ecosystem. Yeah, so not only increasing the literacy, moving together, because I believe BWI has also an initiative to increase the literacy of the Waqf, if I'm not mistaken, right? So this kind of literacy program can also be blended together with the Islamic finance, yeah, so that we can promote what's so-called a blended literacy, yeah? Blended literacy, not blended finance, not only blended finance. We already know blended finance. So blended strategy for literacy, yeah? Between commercial and social finance, yeah? So that we can go together, we can grow together also. So the other part is related to the product innovation. So that's why I believe the MOF has done the CWS, yeah, CWLS. It's some kind of innovative product. And currently OJK also promoting CWLD, yeah. So that hopefully with this kind of product we can get the inclusivity, yeah. Not only the literacy, but we can also get the inclusivity of the Waqf participation, yeah. So that's why the innovation is so important. Bring up the ideas that is implementable, yeah. So, and also for your information that currently some of our banks has also been implementing the CWLD already, yeah. Some of our banks has been implementing the CWLD. So maybe in the future, some of this audience can also participate to be the Waqif in the Islamic bank also, hopefully, inshallah.
Yeah, I forgot to inform one thing that we already have a roadmap of Waqf in Indonesia. So I think we can try to discuss together how to make it implemented to all stakeholders so we can achieve the goals.
And perhaps socialize as well.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So I hope it answered your questions, Pak Eri. Okay, now let's move on to the questions from the online participants. We already have one question here. Okay. From Turkan Ali, directed to Mr. Bahrin. What innovative Islamic finance products and strategies have been most effective in unlocking the economic potential of Waqf properties? And how can these innovations be scaled to address broader social and economic challenges
while ensuring these instruments remain accessible and attractive to a broad range of investors. So the first question is directed to Mr. Bahrin. Okay. I think you can directly answer the question. Can you see
Okay.
in his screen as well, yeah?
Can I have the question, please?
I think it should be in your chat as well.
Okay.
Can the committee show the question again to Mr. Bahri? Okay, this is the question. Can you see that? From Turkan Ali, this is one question altogether.
I'm so sorry, Rahmawati. I can't see the question, but I believe the question related to how to be more innovative in terms of Waqf using the okay, this is the question, right? What's the innovative Islamic finance product and strategies have been most effective in unlocking the economic potential of Waqf properties? And how can this innovation? Okay, first, actually, just now I'm presented about the Waqf Saham like a central. My meaning to say we try to get the fund or source from public by issuing the shares, receive the money. By having this money is actually what they call it, they can develop or to refurbish or upgrade the terminal. At the same time, the subscriber or the investor actually they have intention or they already know the intention. The shares is going to Waqf Anur. So by these two strategies, the equity of Lakes Central remain 100% owned by Waqf Anur. And at the same time, Lakes Central received the cash or money by and using that fund to develop. So this I think one of the sample how to we can what do you call it use the extra public fund to develop the Waqf properties. Of course, in this case, actually, because we get the incentive from the government through the tax exemption. But for project number 2, for example, the Waqf actually they can what do you call it Waqf about say 1 unit of Pondok Modern about 70,000 ringgit Malaysia. So by giving this Waqf cash, we also can also call develop the Waqf properties. But in this case, to be more what they call attractive, I think we give the priority to the Waqf. I mean to be allow them to stay or to be participate in Pondok Modern to learn about Islamic education. So I mean to give priority to Waqf, but up to his level only. We cannot prolong to their parent or children. So because what do you call it? We understand the purpose of Waqf is actually to be a benefit to Ummah, not to their family only. So in the case of project Senior Citizen Islamic Education Center, we blend the source of fund, right? From the public and also from the investment just now. So because our policy or our hujah Waqf here, 50% we need to reinvest. Certain entity, they distribute all the manfaat Waqf to the Ummah. So in this case, we don't have any so-called portion to make sure that we can grow. In this case, we part of the 50% reinvestment, actually we utilize for, like, for example, project for senior citizen, or maybe we can do for business to double up our value of asset and to double up our return. That's the most important. So in terms of developing the Waqf properties, either we can use public or we can use a public fund, or we can use our investment. So actually, that's the what do you call it, innovations approach that I can share currently. Actually, we have more than that because currently we collaborate with Bursa Malaysia to issue the Waqf, not to issue, to receive the Waqf shares from the public. Because normally shares is going to declare the dividend quarterly. This dividend very important as what they call it, manfaat wakaf. So when we receive the dividend, of course, this can treat as part of the source of fund to develop the wakaf properties. Actually, I think the scenario in this is my personal opinion. The scenario in the Johor, especially to develop the so-called wakaf property, actually quite tough, quite tough. But maybe we can introduce the so-called I don't know, wakaf wakaf bertempo, for example, because we have a discussion with Majlis Agama Islam Negeri Johor, we have a strategic plan, but how to add value to the land. So we try to communicate with a petrol station to lease for a certain period, for example, 30 years. And this, what they call it, the lease income is actually, then we can contribute to the public or to the ummah. So this the direct approach lah, compared to the innovation. This is something like, but the most important thing is actually our responsibility or our amanah, how to make the wakaf assets going to subur and grows and grows and grows. I think that's all, Ibu Ramatina, that I can share for the time.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Bahrin. I hope it answered your question, Mr. Turkan Ali, online participants. Now let's move on to other questions to Pak Reza. How can Indonesia's Islamic banking sector enhance the development of Waqf instruments to increase both social investment and economic productivity?
Satu dulu aja. Okay, thank you, Bu Ramatina. Thank you, Mr. Turkan Ali, for the question. I think in terms of how Islamic banking can contribute to the development of the Waqf instrument, the CWLD is one of the examples that I've mentioned earlier. But in terms of the project that we can elaborate, there's so many things that we can do. For example, I mentioned about utilizing the Waqf land. I believe there are so many idle Waqf land in Indonesia. So it has to be utilized into a productive purposes, I think. So using the CWLD, it can be realized actually. Yeah. So in terms of the social investment, we can also see that CWLD can also be an instrument to increase the well-being of the MSMEs, UMKM. Yeah, there are so many UMKM unbankable that cannot be financed by the banks. Why they cannot be financed? Because they don't have any collateral. They don't have any maybe historical business that can be can be assessed by the bank to convince the bank to give the financing to them. So, although if they can access the financing from the bank will charge more because of the high risk of these customers. So that's why I believe that this kind of segment should be treated as an unbankable, so the social finance is the relevant instrument for us to bring to them. Yeah. So that's why CWLD is one of the instruments that we can use to engage them with the social instruments, to give them the opportunity to develop their business, not by thinking about how they can pay the, the interest, yeah, because of the high interest. Maybe most of them are engaged with the financing with high interest, so they cannot manage their own, their own financial management. So that's why we introduced the social finance, so that they don't have to bother about the interest. It should be a Qardul Hasan, yeah, and it's also can be used as an incubator for them. So the social finance with assistance, it can be used for the incubator for them to grow their business properly. Yeah? Yeah, so I think the scheme of CWLD is so flexible. You can use for anything, especially with the social investment, so that we can tap many of unbankable UMKM like that, yeah, so that we can leverage them. So hopefully with this kind of scheme, CWLD, hopefully we can create a socio-economic impact. That is our vision in Islamic banking roadmap. So not only growing our business in terms of commercial, but also growing the social intention in the Islamic banks. I think that's all from my side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Reza, for the answer. Now we move on to the next question to Ibu Dwi from RAF. It's an initial. Okay, is it possible for our government to promote coordinated Waqf asset management? If yes, in what form, considering many NGOs manage Waqf assets already?
Yeah, thank you for the questions. RAF stand from Rafi, maybe. Yeah, I think that's very possible, and now it's already on the ongoing process for this scheme. And as I know, I have been invited at that time from Ministry of Religious, and then with BWI and Ministry of People Housing, PUPR. And that discussion, they invite also for the Nadirs who manage the idle asset. And the discussion is about how Ministry of People Housing can build the apartment or rusunawa. I don't know in English, rusunawa. I think apartment, yeah, it's like apartment, rumah susun, because they will build and utilize the idle asset Waqf. Then they think the cost of land will be reduced. Not the all reduces, but I think with low cost. After they build the apartment, the Ministry of People Housing can rent the apartment to people with lower cost. So I think now it's already in going process. And I think for NGO, it means it's not NGO in our terminology is Nazir, right? For the who manage the asset Waqf.
Yes, yeah, I think like LSM or yeah.
LSM. Yeah, for the LSM, I think they have to register as a Nazir to be able to follow these programs. So because for NGO, I think we still need to make sure for the mitigations, risk mitigate, yeah, the competency as well. So I think better if we use Nazirs, because as Nazir will be regulated by the Ministry of Religion and also for BWI.
Okay, so thank you Bu Dwi to RAF. So initiative already existing in the PUPR ya and Badan Wakaf. Okay, now due to time limitation, we will accept only one more question, and this is directed to all panelists. The question is that, how can Islamic finance instrument be used to address multidimensional poverty problem in Indonesia? Also, best practice from Waqf and Nur Malaysia could be shared to address multidimensional poverty problem. Who would like to answer first? Pak Bahrin, maybe? From the experience of Waqf and Nur Malaysia, is there any evidence that it could reduce the multidimensional poverty issues in Malaysia?
Yes, of course. Talking about the what do you call it, the distribution of manfaat wakaf, our approach currently is actually instead of we give a fish, we give them a fishing rod. I mean, simple way. Other than we give ikan, we give them tali pancing. So to make sure they will more sustain in the future. In this case, is actually what I can say. We have a so-called Pusat Wakaf community to train them in the form of what do you call it, jahitan, and then number two is actually in the form of barber. So previously, they only have a so-called receive monthly about 3-digit income. But by give them a training to be a tailor or to be a barber, then some more we give them a financial literacy. We give them a training in terms of how to promote their product in social media. So nowadays, actually, they improve their life, they increase their income from the 3-digit income become 4 to 5-digit income. So I think our approach now is on not only give them ikan or fish, but we need also to think how give them tali pancing or fishing rod. So actually, still a lot of example. But however, we acknowledge a certain issue we still need to give them in the form of fish. For example, like healthcare. Healthcare, for example, those have a diabetes, they can't do much. So what I can give actually in the form of fish, of course, because but then we not give them free. At least they need to pay some amount, but the rest is going to so-called top up or covered by manfaat wakaf. So talking about what they call it, how to impact this manfaat wakaf, of course, because wakaf is actually we call it a third economy. Third economy proven from zaman what do you call it, Rasulullah, from zaman sahabat, even talking about the education in University Al-Azhar, and anywhere it's actually even in Makkah itself. Actually, wakaf actually because the spirit is perpetual, perpetual. So I think we need to manage, especially wakaf. We declare that this asset belong to Allah, and our which full responsibility. We need to manage carefully to ensure this asset grows, to make sure give the best return and give the manfaat to public. So we cannot deny that wakaf is actually a very strong platform economy to the Muslim. So the thing now is actually how we support from the government, from the authorities, from the public, and every level to support this platform. I think that's what I can say now because it's proven it's proven from zaman Sahabat, University Al-Azhar, even Oxford University itself. So Waqf is actually the best platform for the Ummah, right? That's comment from me.
Okay, Pak Bahrin, just one short question. Do you measure the impact of your program on the living condition of the beneficiaries so as
Yes.
to address this issue?
In terms of monetary or non-monetary, in terms of monetary in the form of income per month from the 3-digit income to 4 or 5-digit income. In terms of their level of living, in terms of, I mean, satisfaction, because we collaboration with INSHEF, with Bank Negara Malaysia to so-called measure the satisfaction or high impact, social impact to the beneficiaries. So proven is actually, but one thing, the clue here is actually those beneficiaries, they must ready to change their mindset. And this one also our responsibility to change their mindset. If they are still remain like before, it's very difficult and very tough. But this is our so-called jihad, yeah, our jihad to make sure our ummah go in better life. For example, they must make sure we must change their attitude or mindset. And in terms of economic, I think very simple to improve their economic. But the most important thing, actually, the clue here is actually the mindset. But when we have a proven evidence, I think those who success, I think they can share to their colleague, yeah, from 3-digit income to 5-digit income, for example.
Okay,
That's
thank
all.
you, Pak Bahrin. I think it's very interesting, yeah, because they have measured the social impact of their programs. Maybe something that we can also learn to be implemented in Indonesia. Okay, so the question is also applies to Budwi dan Pak Reza. So can you show again the question on the screen?
I think
The question.
right?
The same question. That's still the same question. So it's about the impact on multidimensional poverty issues.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, the question is how the Islamic instrument can be utilized for that one, right?
Yes.
Islamic
How can
finance
Islamic
instrument be
finance
used to
instrument
address multi-dimensional
dimensional poverty in Indonesia?
I think we already saw you about the showcase of cash wakaf link suku. You can see we not only issue from private placement, but we issue also for retail cash wakaf link suku, which is already 5 times. And the benefit of cash wakaf link suku already distribute to Mawquf Alai and also for the social programs. For example, the benefits goes to farming and agriculture. If we can help them to like provide the or what we call it, ships, and then they can get profit or margin from that farming. So what happened? We can help them to grow their income, to increase their income. Not only for the farming and agriculture, of course, we also help students who need scholarship, because from the government or official institutions, when they give scholarship, usually to students who had a high grade, right? But how about the people or students who cannot give or reach the high GPA, but they need to help. They need help for the intuition, yeah, for intuition. So from the social finance instrument, cash wakaf link suku, they also go to that kind of students. So I think we already have a showcase for that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. I think the structure of the Islamic finance, it's already been cleared, yeah, because we have some instruments like, for example, zakat, and then sadaqah and waqf. It was introduced to be disbursed to different segments also. For example, in zakat, actually zakat is, the main purpose is for the poverty, eh? It's for consumptive programs. So I think if we can manage this ZISWAF correctly, according to the nature of the fiqh of the zakah, it can be distributed to to poverty affiliation. Yeah. Like for example, in the Basnas, if not mistaken, they already have this kind of program. They call it Bank Zakat Mikro, if not mistaken. No, Bank Zakat Mikro now. Yeah. So they have this kind of Bank Zakat Mikro. So like, as mentioned by Anci Bhakti previously, yeah, not giving them the fish, but giving them the road, yeah, kailnya itu yang dikasih gitu. Nah itu di bank the Bank Zakat Mikro already implement this kind of things. But I think among of these kind of innovations from us, from MOF, from OJK, yeah, maybe from Badan Wakaf Indonesia, from Basnas, we have so many initiatives, so many programs, so many innovations, yeah, how we can disburse or we can distribute this ZISWAF into the recipients. But we never talk each other maybe. So maybe we can coordinate each other so that we can have some kind of grand design of Islamic social finance so that we can tap it accordingly, yeah. Because, for example, in terms of UMKM, MSMEs, our government, maybe each of ministries has already their own programs in terms of UMKM, in terms of MSMEs, yeah. But it has not been integrated into a national initiative, so that, like for example, in KNKS, yeah, because KNKS is some kind of a conductor, yeah, maybe, yeah, conductor of the Islamic economy. So it should be something like that, yeah. So maybe KNKS can also have this initiative that can get a broader beneficiary, yeah, in terms of utilizing the Islamic finance instrument, so it can be more organized. It can touch specific segments according to the nature of those instruments. So hopefully it can be a national initiative and it can be centralized. So yeah, hopefully Islamic banks can also support this initiative, because it is clear in our direction that we are going to have this kind of contribution, especially in the socio-economic development. So I think that will be all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Reza. That's also interesting initiative, Budwi, Islamic Social Finance Grand Design or Roadmap. Okay, now I think I'm afraid because of time limitation, we have to close the session. But before we close the session, I invite the speakers to give a concluding remark, maybe about 1 minute for each presenter. Okay, Pak Bahrin, maybe short concluding remark to our audience all over the world.
Okay, thank you, Bu Rahmatina. Alhamdulillah, Shukran. I think very fruitful discussion talking about financing and development of Waqf properties through Islamic finance product and innovation, and especially like Indonesia, you have a big market, even though some just now one participant question about participation from the Islamic community. But then, this is one of the so-called jihad. Don't stop here. We believe, and it's actually proven in the world, and it's actually, I just want to relate to the, what do you call it, Surah Al-Munafiqun. Hopefully that we are not one of the and person yang so-called just nak dihidupkan semula because menyesal tak berwakaf ataupun bersedekah. So we what we must continue istiqamah to so-called what you call activate wakaf platform to rumah, and we believe what you call it like Indonesia, you have a BWE, so which is I think my colleague from BWE last time shared with me, they appoint a lot of Nazirhas or Mutawali. By doing this, I believe you can grow faster in terms of managing the wakaf asset, wakaf cash or and everything. So I doakan insyaAllah as Muslim, we as a so-called neighbors, this platform will assist in what they call it, developing our country, especially for Islam and for Ummah. That's all from myself.
Inshallah. Thank you very much, Mr. Bahrin. Next from Budwi, maybe.
Yeah, thank you. I think from these discussions, we can see that the potential of Waqf in Indonesia especially is very big. We see 440,000 locations idle asset, and then also the potential of cash Waqf 180 trillion per year. I say we can call it the giant sleeping giant, that we can make them productive, and I think will give impact a lot for the economy. So let's do together, especially I think this is the new job for the KNKS as a conductor, and I see that many institutions already do something for the Waqf. For example, the government already give instruments for cash Waqf link suku and cash Waqf link deposit, and others like share, Waqf share, and any others initiative. And also for Ministry of Religions already have a programs, call it Waqf, City of Waqf. And then many Nazirs already introduce many apps with digitally to increase cash Waqf. So let's do together, hand in hands, to make this dream come true, to make Waqf back to be a backbone of economy in Islamic country.
Okay, thank you, Budwi. We are looking forward, KNKS, to orchestrating this effort, inshallah. Finally, Pak Reza, please.
Yes. Islamic banking has a clear direction, yeah, as like I mentioned before. We want to create a resilience, a competitive Islamic banks, but also contributing to the national economy as well as to benefit the society well-being. Yeah. So within this vision, we also have a clear direction that we want to include our initiative to be more collaborative, to increase the the contribution of the Islamic social finance blended in the activity of the Islamic banks. So within this CWLD is one of this example. It can be more product innovative that can be done in the future. So I think with this kind of initiative under KNKS coordination, and by bringing up the awareness of the Islamic economic ecosystem, we have to be together going forward as a jama'ah, you know. Yeah, we have to synergize as a jama'ah. Together we can bring our Islamic economy into a mainstream in the Indonesia. Yeah, yeah. By doing this, so hopefully we can also attract. This is the one important thing also, because our high net worth individuals, we have to touch them. Indonesia is very acknowledged as the most what you call it? Dermawan tuh, yeah? Most generous country in the world. So by having this kind of, you know, tagline, so actually our high net worth individuals should also contribute to the poverty, to the maybe like MSMEs empowerment. So in Islamic Bank, we can accommodate them by creating our products to facilitate them. We can also influence our high net worth individual by wealth management, banking, to offer them some social initiative. So hopefully with this kind of initiative, we can reduce our poverty, we can reduce our gap between the high net worth and the lower income. So hopefully, inshallah, in the future, we can get what we want as a, what you call it, Indonesian, golden Indonesia in 2045. So hopefully, inshallah, we can reach this goal in 2045 by optimizing this initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak Reza, for the concluding remark. Now, let's give applause to all presenters. Okay, thank you, everyone. I conclude this panel with sincere thanks and gratitude to all our presenters for sharing their experience, their knowledge. Inshallah, this will be Waqf as well, Amal Jariyah, that you have given to all of us. Thank you once again, and also to all participants who have actively participated in this session. I hope you have a fruitful discussion and gain many insights from this session under the 8th Annual Islamic Finance Conference. Now I'm giving back the MC of today's seminar. Thank you once again. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mrs. Rahmatina Awalia Kasri and all the panelists. Before moving to the next agenda, we'd like to invite you all to take a picture together.
Okay, on the count of 3. 3, 2, 1. Okay, once again. 3, 2, 1. Okay.
Okay, thank you, panelists and chair. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to take a break for Ashar prayer. The call for paper presentation session will begin after the break. This session will be conducted offline only for the finalists and judges of the call for paper. Therefore, we will close our event today at the mezzanine hall. But don't worry, we will still open the Zoom breakout room for participants who would like to support the finalists in presenting their papers. The committee will provide further technical information via the chat room.
Before we close today's event at the Mezzanine Hall, we would like to say thank you To Malaysia's Finance Minister 2, Mr. Amir Hamzah Azizan.
Vice Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Thomas Jiwandono. Mr. Febrio Nathan Kacaribu. Mr. Tony Prianto.
Mrs. Dwi Irianti Hadiningdia.
Mr. Reza Mustafa.
Mr. Muhammad Bahrain Bakri.
Mr. Abdul Ghaffar Ismail.
Mr. Bayu Arifianto.
Ms. Niga Tanvir. Mr. Turkan Abdul Manap. Mr. Raditya Hendra Pratama.
Mrs. Rahmatina Awalia Kasri.
And of course, thank you to all participants for the interaction and discussion. We also wish to collect your feedback and thoughts in a survey form, which is available in the chat box and the comment section of our YouTube channel. Participants who complete the 2-day feedback form will be eligible for a certificate of attendance.
All conference materials are available for download at the same link after you fill in the feedback and attendance form. We will return to the same room tomorrow, the second conference day at 8 a.m. Jakarta time. We apologize for any mistakes and inconvenience in presenting this conference. Thank you for your attention. We look forward to seeing you on the last day of the 8th Annual Islamic Finance Conference.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good luck with the presentation
and have a fruitful discussion.